Marcella, are you ready to get started?
I am Heidi. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Well, for those of you who have already been a part of this morning, I'm feeling so inspired by Erin Flores's talk, and I feel like it really set us up for this talk this today. And I'm really excited to be able to introduce you to Marcella Cox, who I got to meet last year at a Somatic IFS level 1 training, and just was so impressed by her wise and gentle spirit. And I'm looking forward to you getting to learn from her today. And I'll share a little bit about who she is. She is a certified IFS therapist and an improved IFS clinical consultant and SEEDS consultant, and the founder of Kindful Body. She is a therapist, author, and speaker who has dedicated her career to treating eating disorders, disordered eating, body shame, and trauma. And she is a level 3 certified IFS therapist, an approved IFS clinical consultant, and on the teaching staff of Susan McConnell, who was the developer of Somatic IFS, an approach that blends the IFS model of therapy with somatics. Marcella trains and supports clinicians in utilizing IFS and Somatic IFS in their work through workshops, trainings, professional consultation, and retreats. She is committed to creating a welcoming, inclusive, and empowering learning environment where participants can explore the transformative potential of somatic work. And she does this really effectively. She recently contributed to a chapter on IFS and disordered eating in Altogether Us, integrating the IFS model with key modalities, communities, and trends. She is also the founder of Kindful Body, providing online therapy and nutrition counseling for eating and body issues in California. And she's also just a lovely, warm, wise human, and I'm looking forward to you experiencing today. And I will be the moderator, so if you need any support, you could just send me a message in the chat.
Thank you so much, Heidi. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone today. This conference has been so amazing, so inspiring, and I just feel so honored to be among all these presenters, sharing our work and the way we work with our clients and the challenges that we encounter. And I want to take this time to introduce Heidi, who, as Heidi mentioned, we met last year at a Somatic IFS retreat. And Heidi is, she's also taken Susan McConnell's training. And so I just feel so honored that she's moderating today's panel, and she's done some music for today, and yeah, I hope that she also contributes as I'm presenting. If you have things to add, Heidi, I'd love for you to jump in. And I'll introduce Heidi, who is a licensed clinical mental health counselor and supervisor, a certified body trust specialist like me, woohoo, and a certified safe and sound protocol provider as well, like me. We both have a lot of interest in sound healing, as well as an embodiment specialist. During Heidi's career, she's worked as a therapist in residential, PHP, and IOP, and outpatients level of care with people struggling with eating disorders. And she currently supports clients at a group practice called Reclaiming Beauty, which is an outpatient group practice of body-centered psychotherapists working across North and South Carolina, specializing in weight-inclusive treatment for the intersection of trauma, attachment wounds, and eating disorders. Heidi also provides supervisions for counselors working towards licensure in North Carolina, as well as consultation groups for professionals. Heidi believes embodiment heals, yes, and combines her studies of somatic IFS, embodied recovery for eating disorder, sensory motor psychotherapy, and the Center for Body Trust in her work with clients. She's also the author of Reclaiming Beauty Journal and Wisdom Deck, a resource to support women in building a self-compassionate relationship with their body. So I'm just so happy and pleased to welcome Heidi as well, who is supporting this workshop today. And also appreciation to all of you. I hope you've been enjoying this conference as much as I have. There have been so many wonderful workshops so far, and I know that you had to choose one workshop today among 5, and I hope that you get the opportunity to watch the other workshops. I know I plan on watching the video, so if you haven't purchased it, I would encourage you to do that, and because there's so many wonderful speakers and workshops. Before we get started, well, actually, let me change my slide. I'm like ambidextrous here. Okay, before we get started, I want to navigating here. I just introduced Heidi. I'm putting her number up here in on the slide so you can write it down. So if you can't get into Zoom for some reason, like your internet goes down or whatever, you're waiting in the waiting room, you can text Heidi and she'll let you in the room. We have 5 hours today, and if there are other bigger technical issues, we're encouraging you to reach out to connect@thechestnutgroup.com, and they can help you with those issues, or support@ceego.com. And as I was saying, we have 5 hours today, and we have a lot to cover, and this time will probably go by very quickly. We do have, what we're hoping is, we have a 40-minute lunch break in between. We might want to be taking a 10-minute break, because 2.5 hours just seems like a long time to go without a bio break. Before we start doing some experiential exercises, and then another 10-minute break in the afternoon. So this is our agenda for today. And let's see, I want to just do a couple other housekeeping things. There will be time for Q&A. I have some slides, and I'll be breaking at a couple points with the slides. So we're not using the webinar feature because we're going to be breaking out into triads, and so everyone can see the chat. So if you have questions that you would like to ask during the workshop, because this is being recorded, if you don't want to be on the recording, you can ask Heidi to ask the question, or if you're okay being on the recording, you can you can put your video on and unmute yourself and ask your question. So it's up to you, but if you do that, you will be on the recording. So I just wanted to let you know that. Let's see. So this is going to be an experiential workshop. I do have, some slides to get through in the beginning, and then we're going to dive into the experiential piece of it. We will be breaking into triads throughout the workshop after doing experientials to share what came up for you. When we share this way, it helps us integrate what does come up for us in our bodies, right? We're kind of integrating the right brain and the embodied experience with the left brain, the cognitive part of ourselves, by talking about the experience. So I do encourage you to participate in the triads because it is an important part of the learning. If there's some reason that you don't want to participate in a triad, we will have journal prompts up during the triad time. And so if you don't want to participate in the triad, you can send Heidi a chat privately on the chat feature on Zoom, and she will just keep you in the main room during the triad breakouts. All right, all these housekeeping things that I want to cover. Then was there a couple other things about the triads. Confidentiality. So what is shared in your triad is confidential. It's okay for you to speak about your own experience outside of here, but we don't want to speak about other people's experiences. And the other thing is all parts are welcome inside of you, but may not be appropriate to share in the triad. So just being respectful of others. We don't know each other necessarily. It depends on which triad you'll be broken up into, but it's just being thoughtful about others. And the last thing I want to say about the triads is Heidi and I will be off screen because it's going to be recorded. Heidi and I are going to be off screen during the triad breakouts. We will still be here. So if there is a question, you can chat us. There is the chat feature and you can send it directly to us that we can answer. Okay, I think without further ado, we can jump into our content today. And I think we're actually on time. Let's see, going back to my slides. Heidi, is there anything that I missed on the housekeeping?
I think you got to all the points. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let's see, going back to my slides, we're going to do a quick recap of IFS. Oh, here we go. I didn't realize. Here we're going to overview the model. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but some people, we're coming into this workshop with different levels of experience with IFS, with somatic therapy, with different experiences working with clients struggling with food in their body. So I'm going to kind of give us just this quick overview of IFS. I'm not going to break after for Q&A, but if you do have questions, maybe you put them into the chat and we can get to those questions later when we do break for a Q&A after I talk about somatic IFS. All right. All right, so we're going to go through the assumptions of the model. First is multiplicity. This is a natural state of mind. We all have parts, multiple parts, personalities. It doesn't mean that we have any personality disorder or anything like that. It's just the way our system is. And many therapeutic modalities speak about parts, and so this is pretty well known in our field. The other thing about IFS is everyone has a self which is undamaged, and it can be the leader of our system. And with IFS, it's a constraint release model. So what we're doing is we're unblending from parts so we can access this core self. No bad parts. I don't know, most of you might have read Dick Schwartz's book, and there are no bad parts, but parts can be wounded, they can be burdened, they can be forced into extreme roles, they can be trapped in trauma, but they can also be unburdened, healed, and released from these extreme roles. And parts they don't operate in isolation. They're part of an internal system, and so there's alliances and clusters and polarizations and all these webs of relationships that our parts have. And we don't get rid of parts. We befriend them and help them heal so they can return to their natural state with their valuable qualities. And this is really important. Like in the eating disorder field, when I first entered, we were trying to get rid of parts, and it just doesn't work, right? These parts, they do contain these valuable qualities before they were burdened. And so we want to return them to their natural state. So there are four main qualities, four main goals of IFS therapy, and that's the first is to liberate parts from their extreme roles through unburdening. The second is to restore trust in self-leadership. And the third is to achieve balance and harmony and wholeness within. And the fourth is to bring more self-energy into interactions with others. So I'm going to go over some core concepts of IFS. First is that about parts, we're born with them. They emerge naturally over time. They have good intentions, as I said. And the way we connect with our parts is through self-energy. So the part has self-energy and we have self-energy. And so that's how we connect with parts. And they're complex sub-personalities. So these parts don't, it's not just like a part that binges. There's more to it. It might have more thoughts and, right, it have fears, and there's different aspects to these parts. There can be parts within parts even. So yeah, so when we're asking our clients to connect with parts, we're really bringing that curiosity, because we just don't know. The part knows and it will tell us, but we can't make assumptions about these parts. So we have two different types of protective parts. We have our managers, and these are the preemptive parts that try and prevent and minimize the activation of the exiles, the vulnerable parts, the wounded parts. They seek security through control, and they're proactive, preemptive, and they are anticipatory. And they often are carrying burdens of responsibility. All right. And they deserve our appreciation and respect. All of our parts deserve our appreciation and respect, because they really are trying to help us. The second type of protective part are firefighters. And they react when these exiles, which we'll be talking about next, get threatened and start overwhelming our system. And the goal within IFS is the goal of these parts. They want to put out the fire. They just react and they extinguish those feelings that start to come up by distracting us, numbing us, soothing us, getting us out of that pain. And in some ways, they're really heroic, because they will just come in and help us out. And I have so much appreciation for my firefighters. We all have them. But they sometimes can be, when they're extreme, they can be destructive. They can cause us some problems relationally, even though they're good intentioned. Yeah, as I was saying, they can cause some bigger problems for us. And these are the ones that are often judged by ourselves and others, or feared. They're often polarized by managers, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. We also have exile or wounded ones, vulnerable parts of ourselves. And these exiles, when they're activated, they threaten our system because they're desperate to be heard. They're locked back in time. They're stuck back in time. And they're often the most sensitive, creative, loving parts of ourselves. But they can overwhelm us with their emotions when they get activated. And that's why the firefighters come in to protect us from them. And the managers want to make sure that they're not overwhelming our system. And these are the ones that are holding these intense burdens, right? And I'll talk a little bit more about what burdens are, but they're normally beliefs and energies and constraining meaning that they make about themselves or the way the world works. They can trigger the firefighters. Okay, so what happens in IFS, and this is from C. Sykes, who is an IFS trainer who specializes in addictions. She also works with eating disorders as well, is that there's like a balancing act between these manager parts that want us to improve. They're future oriented. These are also the parts that we over-identify with. There's a balancing act between these parts and the firefighter parts, the parts that soothe and distract us, that are more present oriented and reactive, and the parts that we want to reject and conceal about ourselves. So for instance, I might have an inner critic, and I might be okay speaking about my inner critic. You know, think about your clients, right? They might be able to contact this inner critic that they have that really is like an inner shamer. And then I might have a firefighter that avoids and distracts. Maybe I've had a rough day and I have a couple glasses of wine, and I don't want anyone to know that, right? So I feel like this firefighter is kind of shameless. It just like, I've had a rough day, I'm going to drink some wine. Or a client might something gets activated and they binge or purge. So these are the parts that we want to conceal, right? We don't want other people to know about these parts. And then what's underneath these parts are these exiles, and they're the ones that have absorbed that past energy, holding these wounds, and they've been repressed and ignored, and that's why they're so desperate to be heard. And so they're past oriented, right? They're from the past. And so these are the ones that often hold the shame. And I'm using shame because that was a theme that we were seeing yesterday in the presentations, right? This idea of shame. We have these inner shamers, we have the shameless ones, and then we have the ones that are holding the shame. And we see this so often with our clients. I put together a slide, and this was actually from last year as well, of these different common types of parts that we see with our clients who are struggling with food in their body, right? That these critics and judges towards themselves, but also others, right? Judging other people, parts that try and control the body, events, people, perfectionistic parts, parts that obsess or have a lot of anxiety, these caretaker parts, people pleaser parts, the striver parts, pro-recovery parts. Yeah, I'm going to show up to therapy. I'm going to do all the assignments. I'm, want to get better. Then we have the firefighters that are soothing and distracting us. They can turn away or towards food. So we might have a manager who's restricting to control our appearance, or a manager who's exercising a lot to control our appearance. But we can also have a firefighter, right? So we have to ask the part about its intention. So we could have a part that restricts because there's some exile energy that's coming up, and restricting allows you to numb in some way. Often binging is a reactive firefighter, but it can also be, a manager. So here are some other ones that we often see: substance misuse, overspending, exercise, cutting, fantasy, like just always being off in fantasy, not being in the present moment, dissociation, self-harm. So these are the common parts. And when there is wounding underneath these parts, they get more extreme. So when it will tell you, the more extreme these parts are, often it will be an indication of how much wounding is underneath. And so that these exiles are holding these past experiences and the emotion, the shame, the loneliness, the fear, anger, responsibility, guilt. So they hold on to these wounds until we can help them release the burdens that they're holding. All right. So just a little bit more about IFS and self. It's in everyone. It's undamaged. Actually, let me go back to that one slide. So in the middle here is self, right? And when these parts start blending with our clients, right? It's the lens that they see themselves through. And I think there was a question yesterday about, oh, how do you, a client is coming in and they're saying, no, this is who I am, right? And you have a sense that that isn't who they truly are, right? That they're blended, but the part is so blended that they can't, that's the filter through which they see the themselves and the world. Yes, I'm just going to go back here. So we do have a core self, and this is how IFS is really a relationship building model. We're building a relationship between our core self and these parts. And our core self is in everyone. It's undamaged. It's our seat of consciousness. It is this loving, content feeling inside. It has some spaciousness in the body. And, sometimes when we have a lot of access to our self energy, we can feel one with the universe, right? We feel that interconnectedness between ourselves and all beings. Self is also an energy, right? So we can feel it. It's like a pulsating or warmth running through the body. So the more access we have to our embodiment, the more we might feel our self energy. It's the eye in the storm. Teresa was making a joke about that on the first night when there was a big storm in Evansville, and and Dick talks about, right, the eye in the storm is the you that's here, and self is an energy. It's experienced along a continuum, and one end of the continuum is dissociation, and the other end is transcendence, and we're somewhere along that. Most of the time, right? We can be totally dissociated, and we can, as we use one of the somatic practices, and I'll be talking about this a little later, some somatic awareness that helps us become more and more embodied, right? And that's how we experience our self energy. There are these 8 qualities of self energy. And as I said, I'm just reviewing these quickly, and we're going to be doing some experiential exercises using these somatic practices to access these qualities in ourselves. So there's the 8 are calm, confident, having clarity, being courageous, being curious, creative, compassionate, and connectedness. All right. And this is where we're going to spend a lot of time today on unblending from those protectors. So I spent some time going through what those protectors are, but there's these 6 F's within IFS where we find a part, we focus on a part, we flesh out the part, how do we feel towards the part, befriending a part, and finding out its fears and concerns. So these are kind of the basic for unblending from parts. So when we unblend from a part, we can then be in relationship from ourself to that part. All right, so I am going to take a little sip of water before we go on to the next section. And as I said, if you have questions, to put them in the chat, and when I stop to answer questions after somatic IFS, when I cover somatic IFS, I'll answer those questions as well. So why do we include the body? So as we know, the body is a window into our inner world. The impact of trauma is an embodied experience, and it's held in implicit memory. And not only that, is these protectors, the managers and firefighters, as well as the exiles, are in the body too. They are embodied experiences as well. And we'll be covering, this is what we're covering. What are the burdens, the importance of embodiment for accessing self-healing? Okay, I should have probably taken that slide out. Okay, body is a window to the inner world. So parts manifest as physical sensations, emotions, impulses. Those are all embodied. The body holds valuable information about our clients' experiences and needs. And in somatic IFS, Erin was talking about like being these resonant practitioners and therapists, and we're really learning to track and read the body story of our clients. So Susan McConnell, what she says is like the verbal story is about 20% of the story. The body is the other 80% of the story. And as a somatic IFS therapist, I'm still learning this, right? Each client is different. So I'm tracking what's going on, and it's a little harder to do when you're online, but you can track someone's breath, you can track someone's movement. Although I might not be able to see, right, some nervous movement that might be going on outside of my little screen, but yeah, I'm tracking facial expressions and tone of voice, and learning how to read the body. All right, so how does embodiment become disrupted? So we're born embodied, right? Our physical body, our nervous system, our emotions, our thoughts, attention, awareness. Typically we're born and it's integrated. And most babies are able to connect to sensations and impulses and energies that flow through their body, right? They'll cry when they're hungry or wet, and coo when they're happy, and getting feedback. But when we experience trauma, that's held in the body, which causes a disruption of embodiment. When we experience trauma, it touches all the neural pathways in the body. It touches our muscles, our brains, our bellies, our hearts, our ANS, our brain stems, our primary emotional motivation systems, our limbic regions, our neocortexes, our cells, our genes. Wow, that's a lot, right? You think about it, our whole system, you know, it's not just like, oh, we go into a freeze, but like there's something that happens like in our muscles and like our bellies, and it's happening all throughout our body mind system. And that trauma is remembered and embodied in implicit memory. That is as if when it gets activated, it's as if it's happening right now. Okay, so yeah, it's in implicit memory. And yeah, I was curious, like, okay, I can understand why the pre-verbal trauma goes into implicit memory, right? We don't have maybe the structures for it to be explicit, that we can recall it, you know, it's in our long-term memory. But I was wondering, why does it go to implicit memory when there's trauma like later in life? And I did a little research, and this theory that I found is that the trauma floods our brain with cortisol, and that stress hormone shuts down the part of our brain that encodes memory, that long-term memory that encodes it to be explicit. So that's why we often don't have that long-term or that narrative memory that comes with trauma, right? It comes in those sensations or flashes or smells. It comes in these different ways. Let's see. So the implicit memory is held in the body, and the only way to access it is through the body. And this is why bringing in somatics into IFS is really, really important. All right. Okay, yeah. And van der Kolk said, yeah, the implicit memories often intrude in the present, even though intrude in the present as though the threat is current. And these traumatic memories often return as these fragments of intense feelings, sensations, emotions, thought, and sensory experiences. And these can be like invisible forces in our lives that impact us in powerful ways. And through my own trauma healing, I've come to discover that for myself. So we have what's happening with our body, but then we also have our parts. So it's not only held in our body in implicit memory, but our parts are keeping the score. So the parts exile the trauma and the burdens, right? And those protective parts, they're exiling it, and we're separated from our core self, and as well as our body. And so, yeah, the managers and firefighters are using the body to do their job to protect us from the pain of those exiles. What's been exiled in the body? Oh, I didn't read the quote. Okay, here's Dick saying parts carry extreme beliefs and emotions in or on the body that drive the way they feel and act. So how are those manager parts? How are those protective, preemptive manager parts using the body? So they inhibit body awareness. Yesterday there was a question like, oh, what, if someone doesn't have interoceptive awareness, how do you work with that? And there are folks that don't have interoceptive awareness. That does happen. And there also can be parts that inhibit our body awareness, managers that don't want us to go to the body. They are preemptive. They don't want us to go to the body, so they don't let us feel things. The managers can tense and brace and constrict the body. They can become very hyper-vigilant, rigid or diffuse boundaries, objectifying the body, excessive control of body appearance, blame and criticize the body. So these are some of the ways that the managers might use the body. And when we're going to be talking about our therapist parts. I really enjoyed Marcy's talk, and with we have all these parts that come up with us when we're working with clients, and when we think about some of our clients, right, we might actually have some managers that with some clients that might have really rigid boundaries with those clients, or we might not have great boundaries with those clients, right? We might be like, oh, you're canceling 5 minutes before your session. That's no problem. I won't charge you, or it's fine to reschedule, right? Another client might be, okay, you canceled 5 minutes outside that 48-hour window, and I'm going to charge you for that session. So there's an opportunity for us to do a U-turn on our managers. So firefighters are also using the body, as I said before, to soothe, distract, dissociate, and numb. Also using the body to do compulsive behaviors, self-harming behaviors, rage and aggression, acute and chronic illness. And then exiles use the body to tell their stories. So these burden parts holding those experiences get exiled, and they sometimes only have a body story, or a story that can be told through the body. It might be nonverbal or pre-verbal, and they might be just symptoms and sensations, illness, the way someone's breathing or movement or touch. And as I said before, these are like often implicit and fragmented memories. They can be somatic sensory intrusions, and their burdens, exiles' burdens, are held in the body systems and structures as well. And last night I was working with a client, and like this baby appeared, and we were working with just this kind of frozen baby, and it didn't have words. It was just this sense of a baby being frozen. So we were just working with it. We don't know what happened to this baby. We were just able to work with it using Somatic IFS. All right, so I said before I was going to talk about burdens. So let me just, go back here. So burdens are these extreme beliefs, emotions, ideas, sensations, energies from the traumatic or devaluing experiences. And they are the constraining meaning our parts give to their experience, such as something bad has happened to me and therefore I am bad. So we take on that burden of shame. So many of our clients have taken on that burden of shame, and then their protectors are trying to protect them from feeling that shame, either by being, perfect and focusing on achievement or other things, or caretaking other people, or their firefighters, if that feeling comes up, is trying to put out that extinguish the flame of shame. So we have different sources of burdens. We have our culture, We have objectification and oppression of bodies by white supremacy and patriarchal culture, just to name two. We can have intergenerational and ancestral burdens. I took on a lot from my family system around bodies, around worth. We can have burdens from personal lived experience, our big T and little t traumas, attachment wounds, boundary violations, and other devaluing and painful experiences. So this is what our exiles are holding. And so no wonder, right? No wonder these protectors are like, no, we don't want to go to the body. So I want to show a little video on what is collective trauma. I mean, I have a slide as well, but let me just take a moment here. It's 3 minutes. Okay, where was my video? There it is. Oh, shoot. Okay. I'm going to stop share for a moment. And then here I am. Share again. And hopefully this works. Heidi and I tested it out. So hopefully it shares sound. Optimized for video sharing, I guess. There we go. All right, can you see my screen? Okay. So this is a conversation between Thomas Hubble and Gabor Mate around trauma. And I'm going to show you about 3 minutes of it.
Speaking about our early experiences, the first word in the sort of subtitle of your book is
this
the word
is not
trauma.
what I wanted to show you. Okay. Pause this. This happened before, Heidi.
Speaking about...
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah.
That's how I
There it
came
goes.
about to this work that developed over times out of my regular work with
Can you hear
groups,
it?
which is we did large events on the Holocaust
Yeah, maybe just a
integration
little
between
louder.
Germany and Israel. We did it in different cultural contexts.
Is it
later on.
coming through
And then
okay, or is it staticky?
I got to understand
it's staticky.
through this work, through kind of learning by
Okay.
doing.
I don't want you guys to listen to 3 minutes of static. So we're gonna, let me just see, let me stop share and see if there's one other thing I can in the share. Share with sound. It didn't do that the last time.
It says
I
you
get to
may
under-
just need to share computer audio, one of our participants suggested.
Okay, where is that?
Understand certain
Is
things.
it okay
One
now?
is, and that's what they
Okay,
put in
I'm
our
gonna go back quickly.
on the Holocaust integration between Germany and Israel.
it sounds good.
We did it in different cultural contexts later on. And then I got to understand through this work, through kind of learning by doing, I got to understand
Maybe turn on
certain
closed
things.
captions.
One is, and that's what in our conversation is fantastic, because I find somebody that is interested in the same things that I'm interested in or came to similar conclusions, is that trauma is not an individual issue. Trauma is a collective net, and that this collective net becomes a societal structure. And that societal structure is what we have been born into. And we call it normal. We don't call it normal when it happens to us, but we call it normal because out of the place that is traumatized here, we create relational agreements that become structures in consciousness. And then I understood, wow, when I saw those, when we came into this collective trauma release before, we always experienced like a collective suppression or denial as a symptom. You cannot breathe, it's very heavy, it's very, like, there are certain symptoms that most of the people in the room start to express through their own internal experience. So it's not an individual experience only, it's individual and collective. And the more I understood, wow, that actually lives, this heaviness is in us 24/7, not just when it happens in the group. that denial is in the complexity of our nervous system actively happening all the time. And so health and health issues, individually and collective health issues, are actually amazing regulation functions in the societal body that prevent us from being flooded by this material all the time, while we sit and work at the computer in our office, at our universities, or wherever we work. And then I understood, wow, the massive amount. What is trauma? Trauma is the down-regulation of, or the shutdown in our nervous system, and it comes with a degree of disembodiment. And our response to climate change is way too slow because of an enormous amount of disembodiment within our society. And so that gap creates an anesthesia, like a mass anesthesia. Like we don't feel certain things together. And trauma limits my capacity to see you. Where I'm traumatized, I don't see you, although I think I see you. Certain parts of me cannot feel relational context. And this means the relation between people, but also to our natural environment. So we
Okay, let me come back to you. Just thought that was such a great explanation of cultural trauma and how it's embodied and how we're born into it and we all experience it. I'm going to share my slides again. Okay, collective trauma. Here we go. You know, the conference is about weight stigma, right? And that is it's born out of our culture. And so you know, Susan talks about how these societal burdens have the root of the individual trauma are coming out of these societal burdens that we have. And it impacts all levels, right? It impacts us individually, it impacts our families, our communities, our nation, it impacts the world. We see this playing out today. It's the culture itself, right? White supremacy culture, patriarchy, materialism, individualism. Those are four of them that Dick talks about in his book, No Bad Parts. But the culture, right, leads to the diet culture and the burdens of fat phobia and weight stigma. And they affect us all. Maybe not all the same, but we're all swimming in the culture. And the traumas affect each other. So as Thomas Hubble was saying, our body is holding the personal and collective trauma, and it's also passed down through generations through epigenetics. And we can honor the ancestral trauma and their gifts, right? Because there's also heirlooms that get passed down through our ancestors. But the healing, when we do our individual healing, we're working on healing ourselves from those burdens. I believe, and in Somatic IFS, I believe Susan would believe too, it heals those who came before us, and it heals those who will come after us. So this healing work is really important for us to engage in. So these somatic practices, which we're about to dive into, they offer a way for us to heal the individual as well as the collective trauma, recognizing their interdependence, because once again, it's held in the body. And by focusing on the body, we can move beyond these cognitive ideas and approaches and address the embodied nature of the societal trauma. And I believe, Somatic IFS practices offer tools for this transformation. And here's a quote: "The embedding of trauma may arise not primarily from the nature of events, but who is with us before, after, and during the overwhelming happening." So trauma is not only this embodied experience, but it's also this relational experience. And this is where like the healing happens in relationship. It happens whether the relationship is in community. We just led a retreat with Teresa and Jean, and it was just so amazing, you know, this collective self-energy and the healing that happened with connection with others. It can happen with connection with a therapist or friends. It doesn't always have to be in a therapeutic relationship. And it happens between our parts and ourself. And I think I talk about that here. Yeah, I'm going to skip over that. So what is healing? I'm going to talk about this later as well. Embodied self-energy. The burdens, the wounds, they're found in our body, and so is our healing self-energy. Just like within IFS, within somatic IFS, it's the same. Self-energy needs to be embodied to relate to the embodied parts. And when self-energy is embodied, it potentiates every step of the IFS model as a source of healing. All right. So there was a conversation about what is recovery in the conference. And with the IFS, there's this idea that, you know, our true self, our core essence was never destroyed by the trauma or the way our parts adapted to survive. And healing is about reconnecting with what we've been disconnected from. So healing is about meeting those parts with curiosity and compassion and bringing them back home to ourselves. And in a way, that's for me, my system, that's recovery. We're recovering those parts of ourselves. And whether or not, you know, the behaviors and what it all means in the outside world, well, that's individual to each person. But for me, this is how I hold what recovery is. So as we heal, as our clients heal, we feel more alive, more real, more connected to ourselves, to the world around us. And we really need that embodied self-energy, right? That is the aliveness. That is the way that we connect. All right, I'm gonna just take a quick pause. I'm wondering, Heidi, if there are questions before I dive into somatic IFS and our experiential.
I haven't seen any questions come through yet.
All right, great. Well, we will carry on. All right, this is my mentor, Susan McConnell, and we're gonna do an overview of somatic IFS, go through the assumptions of the model, the benefits of somatic IFS, and somatic IFS embodiment practices. All right. It was developed by Susan, who has been a lead trainer for the Institute since '97. She used to teach Hakomi, which is a body-based therapeutic modality, and she also studied sensory motor psychotherapy. And I credit what I've heard from elders within the IFS community is Susan really brought the body into the IFS model with her training in Hakomi. She and another trainer, Kay Gardner, were both Hakomi therapists, and they were bringing the body in, as well as there's another trainer who isn't involved in the community anymore, Barb Cargill, who was a dance movement therapist. So they really focused on bringing the body into the model. And Susan, who I'm so grateful for, also brought experiential exercises into the model. And IFS is such, for my system, you know, as I said yesterday in the panel, like, you know, it looks like a pretty straightforward model, but then when you're starting to apply it, it's not so straightforward. And so the experiential exercises really help us embody the model, to understand it from the inside out. And so I'm so grateful for her for bringing in experiential exercises, and we're going to be doing some today. And so really somatic IFS isn't a somatic approach to IFS. So we're still doing IFS. We're still doing those unblending steps, but we're bringing in these additional practices to help us. And when we use these embodiment practice, we deepen and expand our awareness of how the body is participating in each step of the model. So the core assumptions of IFS. The first is that the therapist and the clients, embodiment is key for healing. And some more that I want to say about that. Let's see. Sorry, my husband just brought my little dog into the room, so I got a little bit distracted. So I'm going to come back. So the second is that our body is a storyteller. And I was saying before that it's so important for us to be able to read the client's body story, right? Because the parts are stored in the body. The implicit memory has been recorded subcortically and can be expressed non-verbally. So we're really attuning to the body story to give us more information about what's happening for the client. And I mentioned this before, for self-energy to be fully potentiated, it actually needs to be embodied, right? We might have an idea of what, say, compassion is, but when we feel compassion, it's very different. Or when we feel the calmness, it's very different than the idea of what these qualities are. Let's see. So the next assumption is the body has innate healing capacities. So not only is the self-energy is the healing agent, our body also can heal. And burdens affect our embodiment. We went over this earlier. Embodied unburdening facilitates personal and cultural transformation. So the more we do this work, we open to more transformation. And this has been my experience. This is an assumption that Susan talks about, is when we have embodied self-energy and we transcend this dualism of mind and body, right? It's mind-body, it's connected, but it opens us up to spirit. And, whether that spirit is the interconnectedness of all beings and nature or something beyond, right? Connecting to our ancestors or guides. That's what embodied self-energy allows for us to do. It's not only connecting to our parts and to the world around us and others, but also to the spiritual realms. Why somatic IFS? Well, what I think that is different about this model is it is a model to allow us to witness and unburden those implicit body stories from the individual hurts, the ancestral wounds, and the societal burdens. Not only that, but it helps restore our birthright of embodiment, of being in the body so we can fully live life and experience life. And this is a quote from Susan. As somatic IFS invites the body from its exiled state of corpus to a living, breathing, transformative entity, we work with the body as carefully as with any exile. We assess if the external reality is truly safe enough to permit a return to embodiment, because sometimes it's not safe to be in our bodies, so we have to be tuning into that. And as we work with our own parts, as well as those of the clients, we prepare a welcoming environment for the somatic aspects of their internal system. All right. So what are the 5 embodiment practices? They are somatic awareness, conscious breathing, radical resonance, mindful movement, and attuned touch. And we're going to be spending some time today with each of those practices and doing an exercise to experience each of those practices. As I said, we're still doing IFS. So they're the same 6 F's of unblending. So we're going to be working with some of our protectors. And so it's finding a part, but we're doing it in the body. We're focusing on that part. If it's showing up in the body, we're helping to expand that as well as fleshing it out. Where how do you feel towards, right? We're facilitating that an embodied self relationship with the part. We're befriending the part, and then we're addressing the protector fears. And once we do that, often then that exile energy might show up. And it might be just an embodied experience. It might not have a full story. It might not have the narration. So I think that's where we're going today. All right, so we're going to get to know a part of you that gets activated when working with clients struggling with eating disorders. And I am going to just take a pause here. Heidi, were there any questions before we move on to the experiential exercise?
Yes, we have one. Who is the dance movement therapist that you mentioned that contributed to Somatic IFS?
She contributed to bringing the body into the IFS model, and her name is Barb Cargill. I think it's Cagill. I've worked with both Kay and Susan, but I have not worked with Barb. I don't think she's in the community anymore.
Okay. And yeah, we have another question. How do we help clients who so much want to understand the somatic healing? Like if they release something, they want to understand cognitively, but maybe it cannot be understood.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, right? So there's a part of them that wants to understand. And actually that's what we're going to be doing today in our experiential exercises. Is I'm going to take you through the exercises, and then like our meaning making parts, right? That one channel of like needing to understand can then take the experience of it and then understand that way. And there are lots of other, you might want to provide them some psychoeducation. Sometimes that I'll do that with my clients, like provide them some psychoeducation on why it's important to include the body in the healing process. And I will also say, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I think that you might want to talk to their cognitive parts. Those parts might need to know.
Yeah, and if I could add, a lot of the unburdening is just happening somatically, and trusting that in the process too.
Thanks for adding that. That's great.
Yeah. Another question. In the context of somatic IFS language, please define embodiment.
Oh, I have something from last year. In somatic IFS language, I would say embodiment is really this moment-to-moment experience of what you're aware of happening inside your body, whether it's inside your body introceptively or the extroception or the proprioception, right? That somatic awareness, it's unfolding moment to moment. So it's not like a state of embodiment. And we use that awareness to how embodied am I? And we could even right now, how embodied are you as you're sitting here? Like sometimes when I'm on a screen, I forget I have a back body. I forget I could sit back and, oh, there I go. I can feel the support of my chair. And that helps me feel a little bit more grounded. That helps me feel a little bit more calm. That helps me access my self-energy. And I can feel then, oh, what else might be going on here in my body? So as I'm noticing my own system, noticing my own embodiment, maybe checking in with your own embodiment right now and what you're noticing about how embodied are you? And we do have these parts that block our awareness of what's happening in our body. And we'll be talking about that a little bit more when we talk about somatic awareness. All right. I'm wondering, let's do this experiential. Then we'll take a few minutes to journal and maybe have a little break. We'll come back. We'll do a check-in if there were questions. And then we'll get into the different practices. So I want to invite you, as we start this experiential, to actually tune into your body. I was just asking, you know, like, how embodied are you? And as you tune into your body, just noticing if your body actually is comfortable, and what inside is telling you whether or not your body is comfortable. And I'm going to let you know that we're going to be doing an experiential, which might last, I don't know, up to 10 minutes. So if your body wants some more comfort, what about giving your body permission to be more comfortable, whether that's lying down or changing your position in your chair? Yeah, so just giving yourself permission to attune and attend to your body as I'm going to lead you through this experiential. And I want to say that as I'm leading this experiential, what I'm offering is invitational. What that means is I invite you to listen what's happening inside of your body, and if it doesn't feel right, then let it go and just listen to the wisdom within of what's unfolding for you. And yeah, so I invite you to go inside. And with IFS, going inside often means closing our eyes if that feels right to you, or softening your gaze. And once again, noticing what's happening in your body. Noticing sensations, perhaps points of contact where your body's meeting the chair or couch or floor beneath and behind you. Tuning into those sensations. And what's it like to notice connection? And then expanding your awareness. And just noticing, is there any other sensations that are here? Anything on the inside? Any tension? Pulsating? Warmth or coolness? Or maybe something else? Or it even could be a lack of sensation altogether. So just notice it. Notice your breathing now. And just being with your breathing just as it is. Maybe being aware of the pace or rhythm. Noticing if there's anywhere that it's getting stuck. Or is it smooth and easy? And as you're tuning to what's happening on the inside, I'm going to prompt you to see if you can get in touch with any part of you that gets activated when working with one or a few of your clients. So perhaps even bringing to mind a client or two that might activate you. Maybe there's some dread you feel when you see them on your schedule for that day, or concern you have because of how extreme their eating disorder parts are, or a feeling of stuckness about this client. Maybe you even want to refer this client because you don't think you have the skill to work with them. Perhaps some over accommodating of this client, or your boundaries are too rigid. Those are just a few ideas. I know Marcy yesterday was also talking about these therapist parts that get activated with working with clients. And so you might have a few candidates that are up right now. And see if you can select one part. And invite this part to emerge more clearly. I'll give you a few moments here. And as I'm giving you moments, just if you aren't aware of anything, maybe you can bring some curiosity to that. So once you land on a part that you'd like to learn more about, notice where you find this part in or around your body. And can you turn your attention towards it and gently focus on this part of you? And as you do, you might notice how you experience it. Do you have a sense of its size, location, texture? And what else do you notice about this part? Are there other sensations, thoughts, images? Perhaps something else? And is it revealing more of itself to you? Maybe you could send it a breath from you to let it know that you're with it, that you're experiencing it. Noticing how it responds to you. And as you make this connection, you might notice how you feel towards this part of you. And if you're feeling some genuine interest or open-heartedness, let it sense that. And of course, if you're noticing anything other than interest or care for this part, you likely know that that's another part. And you may need to stay with the part that's having a reaction to listen to its concerns and seeing if it can relax back naturally. But for those who do feel some interest and care for your part, let it know that you're curious about it and want to develop a deeper heart connection with it. And if you can find some embodied self-energy, Maybe there's some compassion or curiosity or confidence. Maybe you can send that energy to the part, that sensation that you're noticing, that's the self energy. And just noticing if that part can sense you and what inside is telling you that it's sensing you. And how does it respond to your presence? Maybe asking the part what it wants you to know about itself. Maybe it wants to just show you more things with sensation. Maybe you want to ask it how it's trying to help you. And if there's anything about why it's doing what it's doing that makes sense to you, letting it know that you get it. And notice if it's really getting that you get it. And seeing if there's more it wants you to know about why it feels it must do what it does for you. Just see if there's a breath or movement or touch that could help this part feel understood and appreciated. And what happens in your body when the part feels understood and appreciated by you. And what's it like for this sensation or part to know that it's not alone and that you're actually getting it. And invite it to let you know what it's concerned what you would experience or what would happen if it didn't do what it does for you. And as it's doing this, can you offer some appreciation for its dilemma? Maybe it could let you know what it would need from you to make a shift. Just taking some time here to really let it know you're hearing its concerns and addressing those concerns as it seems right. So in a few moments, we're going to bring this guided experience to a close. But before we do, just see if there's anything else that might want to or need to happen before we close. And then when you're ready, you can bring this guided experience to a close in a way that's right for you and your parts. I often like to use awareness on my breath as a way on the out breath to start to open my eyes. I often reorient to my space. I'd like us to just take a few minutes to journal about what you discovered. I don't know, Heidi, if we have some music we could put on for
Yeah, I have some.
maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and then we can come back. Well, let's take another minute or so to finish up with what you're writing, and then open it up for any questions or shares, and then we'll have a little break. Well, Heidi, I'm just wondering if anyone's put anything in the chat for sharing, or if there's anyone that wants to unmute, put on their screen and share.
No one's in the chat
Okay.
for sharing. I think I've enabled everyone to start their video again. Oh, great. Audrey Albert King said open to sharing.
Great. Does Audrey want to unmute herself and turn on her video?
Says unable.
Okay, I got you. Video.
Do you want me to stop share? That way Audrey and I can be on the...
All right, I'm not seeing how to put the video back on. I'm sorry.
That's perfectly fine.
Okay, I'll keep working on it if you want to start.
Yeah, it was a really, I'm a dance therapist, so this was like so exciting for me to just drop in like that. And I was really able to notice my clothing, how tight it was, like my scapula against my chair, the bones, feeling almost the rightness of the bones. I felt warm. Oh, hello. I felt that I was breathing deep from my belly to chest, and I was surprised that it was nice and deep and relaxed. The part that was with the client that was coming through was the I am not a good enough therapist for her part.
Mhm.
And when I noticed that, my hand came to my chest automatically, and there was a nice like pressing, almost like I got you part, because that's where the sensation was. And underneath that fear part was basically, I'm not a good enough therapist for you, but I was able to befriend it and ask it more. And it said, you're scared sometimes when you're with her, whether it's not being enough or can't help her in the way she might need help. Then my hand really started kind of massaging and easing it. And it was really great to witness myself and the part in this movement dialogue, and then naming it with my thoughts.
Mhm.
It felt really good for that part to be heard. And it told me that I could be a competent therapist and scared at the same time.
Mhm.
And that maybe there are other people, other therapists here that might feel not good enough therapists sometimes for certain clients. So kind of tapped into that assumption. And it felt really held.
Mhm.
And I almost was giving my hand like a heart hug. And yeah, it was really nice.
Hmm. Thank you so much, Audrey, for sharing that. And I, it sounds like there was a lot of clarity around like, oh, you can be scared and be a confident therapist. Like that. That sounds like some self energy coming in as well. And I have resonance with this scared, right? Sometimes our clients, it can feel scary. And I appreciate the vulnerability in you sharing this part of yourself with us. It's such a gift.
Thanks for the experience.
Mm, thank you. So I see that there's some chats and a few people that have opened up your video. So should I just go across my screen, Heidi? Is that the best?
Yes, I made a mistake at the beginning and turned off everyone's video. So now I'm automatically going through and turning everyone's back on so that they
Okay.
can. That was
Okay.
my fault. I apologize.
Okay.
But I will, there's a comment. Sumra Harper Diaz said, I became extraordinarily sleepy during the prompts, which is exactly what happens when I'm with the clients that I'm thinking of. It made it hard to follow the prompts. My mind kept drifting into semi-dreaming. I didn't know if you wanted to like just make a reflection on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it likely could be a part, right? That's kind of taking you out, and it does sound like that's happening in those sessions, if I heard the question right. So I'm kind of looking at the chat to make sure I got the what happened there. Okay, well,
Just becoming sleepy during the prompts.
yeah. So I would say that that's likely a part, and bringing some curiosity to what, can it sense you? Even in its sleepiness, can it sense you? And I mean, it sounds like a part and not a physical, like I'm trying to, not a physical sensation of just being, or a physical state of being sleepy. It's because you're tired, like you didn't sleep well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Summer said she
remember
could
that.
speak in person. So
Okay, great.
yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yes, I think that's correct, because I'm not necessarily sleepy before that, that client comes in, and then I become terribly sleepy during session and like have a hard time being present, and it was like the exact same feeling and experience trying to listen to your prompts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm so glad you got in touch with that part of yourself. And maybe the pace of what I was offering might have been, activating it too. But have you worked with this part before, like using IFS?
So I have not, no.
Yeah. I'd be curious to get to know this part a little bit better, and how it's trying to help you, and maybe what it's afraid would happen if it didn't do its job.
Do you have a thought about like how to, I mean, I guess I can try to do that again, maybe on my own, but because I was so sleepy, it was hard to do the things, like to express the curiosity towards it, because I kept drifting off. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And possibly this will be recorded, so maybe sitting there and doing it with your eyes open.
I was laying down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing it, yeah, I'm just being more aware of how is it showing up, and then getting to know why it's doing what it's doing,
Okay.
and what is it afraid would happen if it didn't do its job. It's just seeing, like, you're trying to build a relationship with it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
We have a couple of other folks open to sharing. Marcella, we have
Okay.
time?
Yeah, let's do 2 more, and then we're going to take a break.
Okay.
Break.
Margaret Brennan made a comment. I don't know if you would like to speak to it. I was working with the part that feels stuck with a particular client. When I got curious about the part, it had really valuable guidance for me that I plan to act on. I was surprised to learn that this part seems to be functioning really well in its role.
That's fabulous to hear, Margaret. Do you want to unmute and share a little bit more about that experience, or what you discovered?
There's just street cleaning on outside. I don't know if it's super loud, but can you hear me?
Zoom has figured that out. We don't hear. Yeah, so I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I was just surprised because normally parts seem to be more in extreme roles. I think this is the first time when I just felt like it had great advice, and I really appreciated it. And its message was, I got you.
That's awesome. I'm
Yeah.
so glad to hear that you made connection with this part, and it's really helping you out.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Brenda Dailies said she was open to sharing.
Hi, Brenda.
I'm not currently seeing clients, so I picked someone that I knew that's orthorexic. And so that was really interesting because, the part that I went to was this really critical part of me. I could see the pressure, that was triggering this part of me that wants to, be that disciplined almost, which was interesting. It was pushing, it was exhausting. And when my self part came in, it softened as I paid attention to it. But, when you ask what was going to happen if it didn't do its job, it's like, well, I was going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and I was going to be rejected. And so I could see that it was really protecting the exiled part of me that is very wounded and you know, doesn't feel, you know, didn't feel lovable. And so that this, you know, this pushing, this discipline that it wants, that it's, you know, this rigid, perfectionistic, critical part, was really trying to take care of that other part of me. And at the end, it was like there was, I never had this happen before when I was doing this work, but when I appreciated it for what it was doing, that it was trying to protect me and take care of that wounded part. You know, it hugged me. It was like it was a hug. So that, and you know, my image, and I'm sure there's more I'm forgetting here that I wanted to say, but yeah, thought it was
Well,
powerful.
thank
Because,
you for sharing that.
yeah.
Wow. I'm so grateful. It's such a learning of like, you know, like that manager part of you working so hard, right? And it actually could feel and sense your appreciation, and that there was a hug, some connection that you made with it, which is just so beautiful to hear.
One other thing I wanted to say was I've been doing some IFS for a while, but I don't really notice as clearly. Some fearful parts kept trying to come in when I was just sitting there with the part. And I had to keep saying, well, step back, because I had learned that, well, step back. I'll get back to you. I need to focus. You know, so it was just interesting because in the past, I would have really gotten distracted with that fearful part, maybe that didn't want me to, you know, deal with this or something. I don't know why it was coming in, but I would just say, you know, and so I could really feel the presence of the self with that part.
Mm,
You know,
yeah.
I kept doing that. Anyway.
Well, that makes such a difference, doesn't it? When your self energy can really be with a part, and the part can really feel that, and there's that deepening of that connection, right? So that's a great lesson, right? That embodied self energy, and the part can really feel it and show you more. And I just hope that you're able to continue to do the work with this part and go to that exile. Sounds like you do IFS therapy, so yeah, yeah. Oh, thank you so much for sharing. Appreciate it. And I see one hand up. So Erica, we'll take your question or comment and then go on a break.
Okay, was it okay to share about my experience?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Let's do that. This is my favorite part. So.
I don't specialize in eating disorders, but I've been noticing with a 16-year-old client, she's gotten very into makeup and now wants to start eating healthy and working out. And I've had a lot of concern about that. And like tuning into that part, I felt it like I was thinking about how we call this on dogs a muzzle. And I could feel it like tightening and getting this image of like, you know, so this part is definitely a legacy burden in some, like from my stepmother. And it disapproves. It's like this feminist part. And the feminist part goes, I don't need makeup and I don't need like a shiny diamond ring or whatever. I don't need a big wedding to know that I'm okay. And it's like, it's working so hard. And underneath that, it goes, because I know if I needed that, I'd never get it anyway, the approval. So I was really like, lots of sadness for the certainty that this part is holding about that, like, and how strong it has to be, and how kind of alone and like a little bit out of step it feels like there's a lot of pride in being a feminist and maybe, you know, being countercultural in that way, but also like it can feel so lonely. So just having this conversation around weight stigma has been really interesting for me and really a great new perspective that's so relevant. So
yeah. Oh wow, thank you so much for sharing that experience that you had. And it sounds like when you asked about the fears, that it went to like this part that feels like can't get it and it's lonely and oh, I'm really hopeful that you're able to attend to that one too. And
Thanks.
appreciate the way that you were sharing about what came up for you. Thanks so much. All right. Well, why don't we take our 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and start exploring somatic awareness, conscious breathing, radical resonance, and the other practices. So we'll come back at 23 after the hour.
And if I could just say one thing, if everyone makes sure that they're able to turn on their video now so we can prepare for the breakout rooms. And if not, feel free to send me a message. Marcella, there was a question about when is lunch? When's the lunch break? Oh, I can't hear you.
Well, we're kind of running over, so what do you think?
I don't have the ability to translate everyone's time zones in my brain at the moment. Yes, most people are in 12, it's 1:30 for most folks in CS.
Well, I'm wondering if we could go for another hour and then have lunch.
Okay,
So for me, it's 11:24. So
okay,
like 12:20-ish.
okay. I'll
See
put
if
it
we
in
can
the,
get through a couple of the somatic IFS practices before we break.
okay, great. I will, so 12:24 EST, no. I'll do it backwards. EST, 2:24 CT, and 12:24 PT or lunch break. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Heidi. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are going to let me share screen again. Make sure I'm sharing the right thing. Okay, can you see? Hold on, let me move these things. I just have the that. Is it coming up really small?
Yes, it's small.
Let me move it. You stop sharing, then fix it, because I'm too big. My screen, make that smaller, this bigger. And then this.
While you're doing that, I just want to remind everyone to stay logged in on the breaks so it won't impact your CEs.
Thanks, Heidi. All right, here is a graphic of the 5 somatic IFS practices, and was integrating these practices during that manager meditation that we did. And so we're going to be going through each of these practices as well as embodied self the rest of this after, or the rest of the day. Still morning here in California. So we're going to start with somatic awareness. And what is somatic awareness? So similar to embodiment, it's a moment-to-moment open attention on what the body is experiencing as it's unfolding. With somatic awareness, we're using the language of sensation. So sensations, dull, sharp, temperature, there might be some pulsating, some tingling, some uneasiness, right? So we're expanding our vocabulary to include sensation with our clients. And sometimes we might give clients some words, and not for us to understand, but for us to help our clients deepen in understanding how parts are showing up somatically. And so we're focusing on these sensations in the present moment. We're also focusing on lack of sensation, which can happen, right? Sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm totally numb there, right? And maybe that could be a part that's blocking sensation. And with somatic awareness, it's coming from our self energy, as opposed to from a part. And I mentioned this before, but there's really 3 types of somatic awareness. There's the exteroception. It's receiving and interpreting sensory data from the external environment. There's our interoception, awareness of what's physically happening on the inside, and then the proprioception, awareness of the body and how parts relate to each other in the external world. And what I found with some of my clients is they have exteroception and proprioception, but they don't have interoception. And for many of my clients, it's they had it before, and we're just bringing curiosity around parts blocking their awareness of what's happening in their body, because the wounds are held in the body, right? So it's a really adaptive way. If you think about it, if those burdens were going to overwhelm you, and they probably would have as a young person, because there was no adult around, or you were alone with the experience. It's a really adaptive way to kind of turn things off. So when we are addressing parts that are blocking awareness, we really want to respect them, and recognize their effort to protect. We want to honor these parts and how they've been trying to help. And similar to IFS, we find out when and how they came to fear feeling the body. And maybe there's even like a knowing, some tension or fear that they can even sense with this part. So maybe there's that can be embodied. And so we want to establish a relationship between the part and the embodied self of the client. And if that's not possible, we do direct access, just like within IFS. We'll be doing direct access with this part and asking it the questions if the client doesn't have access to their self energy. And what's important in that relationship building is like, how, if it's us, how are we feeling towards that part of the client that is protecting them this way? And so often my heart just has so much appreciation for these protectors. I've had some myself of these protectors that want to block my awareness. So I just, have a lot of resonant capacity for these parts. And then we can begin to negotiate. Often these parts, once they feel understood and protected, we can begin to negotiate about what would make it possible for the part to allow some awareness. And sometimes polarizations might show up in that, like parts that want to allow awareness and parts that are terrified of it. And then we would work with those polarizations just like we do in IFS. We might bring in some somatic IFS around that as well, but we make space for the polarization. When other parts show up, like, it's not a problem. We're just tracking someone's system, and that now needs attention. And we might ask the part if it's aware of this restricting behavior, restricting sensation, and the benefits of awareness of the body, right? We might need to do some updating of those parts. For those parts, we might need to update it, that actually there is benefit to feeling sensation. So having somatic awareness is transformative. It's our birthright to be aware of what's happening in our body. And it's a path to really knowing ourselves. I think Amy yesterday in her presentation was talking about like that, having that power, reclaiming that power back to yourself, knowing your body and knowing and nourishing yourself, and that sovereignty that can happen in knowing yourself. Somatic awareness is also an antidote to objectification of the body. When we can be aware of what's happening inside as opposed to observing it from the outside, which parts of us do. I think we all have some part that objectifies ourselves, judges ourselves, criticizes ourselves, and does that to others. We can really like tune into what's truly going on. We can take a break from that part that's objectifying us. And it has the power to transform these societal burdens as well as individual burdens, as I was saying before with the collective trauma. And so Bessel van der Kolk says trauma victims cannot recover until they become familiar with and befriend the sensations in their bodies. I think he's talking about more neurotypical folks, because there are some folks who don't have interoceptive awareness. That's just not part of their wiring. But for folks who have had trauma and their parts are blocking their awareness, being able to start to re-inhabit your body is really healing. And that's what Heidi was saying earlier. So before we go into this next exercise, just wanted to see if there were any questions about somatic awareness.
There is one from Margaret Brennan.
Mm-hmm.
Is somatic awareness always experienced in self?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I mean, when we're relating to the part, it's from our self energy. So we're noticing how the part is showing up. But I don't know if a part, I guess since parts have some self energy, that they could be aware of how I can imagine when we're using the practice of somatic awareness, it would be from our self energy as opposed to from a part. But I could imagine parts having somatic awareness. And I see Karen has her hand up.
Hi.
Hi.
I noticed in the meditation and then also in your graphic, it started with embodied self-energy. And I'm so curious about that distinction. I mean, I think I get it, but I know I've heard Dick talk about like the kind of self-energy that's like spiritual above or like, and then embodied. And as an IFS therapist, I've often noticed that some parts seem to need embodied self-energy. And when I work with folks who have like chronic pain or are really disembodied for a variety of reasons, trauma, all these things, they'll have a real self-energy presence, but it's not what the little parts need or what their parts need. Can you speak to that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Language? Thank you.
Yeah. So our self energy is in our body, and we might even have parts that are blocking that self energy. That filter, you know, so we don't have access to it in the same way. And so there might be some access to, oh, my self energy, I can connect spiritually, but yeah, it makes sense in the with pain, right? Like, ouch, to be in my body, and just bringing curiosity if it's the is there a part that is reacting to the pain that's blocking the awareness, or is it the pain itself? Does that make sense? So we could have pain, and then we could have parts that react to the pain. Like, I don't want the pain. The pain is awful. Yeah. And there is an IFS therapist, did a workshop with her on like authentic relating. Her name is Sabrina Santa Clara. And I liked her conceptualization. And when I did a meditation with her, it was like, oh, okay, so I have this self energy that's kind of like my home. It's kind of like a nest, and almost like looks like Susan's, you know, all the different practices. But I have this nest and of my self energy that's in my body, and I can relate to my parts, and I, you know, in my body, and that's, you know, more personal. I can relate to others through my self energy, and then I can relate to spirit. But it all happens through this nest of my body, if that makes sense. And so, yeah, the parts, especially those little ones that have those wounds, they need that embodied presence. And so if a client isn't able to access that, then we do that for our clients. Like, I talk to my clients, little exiles, all the time, and lend my embodied self energy. And we'll be talking like about attuned touch, and that can be imagined touch, right, as well. Like I could be there in a scene with my client's exile and doing attuned touch, that kind of thing. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Awesome. Okay, are we ready for another experiential?
Marcella, just to let you know, there's a few questions and if you'd like, I can just kind of track them and save them for the end.
Yeah, well, let's do a couple questions before we get into the experiential.
Okay. Namisha asks, when individuals use caffeine and sugar in the afternoons, are they overriding that somatic awareness to fatigue, body wanting to rest?
Yeah, that sounds quite likely, right? There's a part that's turning toward food or caffeine to give some energy to, because the body is tired, right? So parts are doing that, and it sounds like, yeah, that there's maybe a knowing that the body actually needs some rest.
Laura Orlick asks, in reference to the 5 practices diagram, is the process from somatic awareness toward embodied self or from embodied self outward toward awareness? Is the desired process flexible?
What Susan says is that we start with the foundation is awareness. That is the foundation of somatic IFS, and then it moves up. It moves. Then we bring in the breath. We can be aware of the breath. We can be aware of the rhythm, the pace, the depth of the breath. Then we bring in resonance, which is relationship, and then movement, and then touch, and then embody self. It integrates with it all. So that's why it's kind of sitting above.
And one more.
Okay.
How would you guide a client that has a cluster of parts activated and that in itself causes dissociation or dysregulation?
Yeah, we slow it down, and we you know, we would bring them back, right? If they're getting dysregulated, maybe that there can be like self-led grounding. It is what I refer to it, right? Like we can offer some of our presence to co-regulate a client, you know, with our breathing. Our breathing can be deeper and more regular. But we can invite them to take some deep breaths or to help them regulate, right? And what we would do is that's information, right? It's so we slow down, and we like what in your body, we slow it down so we can track what in your body is telling you that you're starting to get activated, right? And let's stay on that edge. Let's kind of go back and forth and stay with those sensations and with our self energy, so whatever it is can be known, and we don't go to being dysregulated. Yeah. All right. So let's do another practice. We're going to do a somatic awareness practice. Then right after the practice, we're going to go into triads. So after the practice, Heidi is going to invite you into a breakout room, and you're going to be able to share your experience. And we'll probably take 10 minutes with that. So, you know, about 3 minutes each to share. And then we're going to come back. Okay. So I am inviting you. Need to get my notes again for a somatic awareness practice. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So we're going to just begin by doing a little self-led grounding. Maybe noticing the sensations as you go inside. Noticing the sensations of your body. Noticing the sensation of your body making contact with the chair or the couch or the floor beneath and behind you. Maybe feeling into that support. And even knowing that somehow through that floor is the earth. She's holding you, she's holding me, she's holding all of us here. And as you are really arriving into this moment, seeing if how much access to self-energy you have. Possibly even noticing the vertical line of energy that's running through you. The aliveness, the vibration. And there might be some qualities of self-energy, some quality of calm, confidence, clarity, compassion. Maybe some open-hearted curiosity, or even that sense of connectedness. And if you are able to access one of the qualities of self-energy, just sensing into what sensations inform you about that quality. What do you notice about it? Recognizing that parts may be activated. Maybe there's sleepy parts. Maybe there's distracted parts. Maybe there's hungry parts. And can you be present with any parts that are up as well with curiosity? And if you're noticing parts, are there sensations associated with them? And if so, what are they? Maybe if you're aware of a part, you can ask it, how are you using my body to let me know how you feel? And it might give you nonverbal information, but staying present with it. Maybe you can notice how you're feeling towards sensation of a part. One is up for you. And if you have that access to that self energy that we were exploring just moments ago, maybe you can notice where you feel that self energy, that quality of self energy in your body, and send that self energy to the part. And as you do that, noticing how that part receives it, or it even feels or senses your presence and the self energy you're offering it. And what in your body lets you know whether or not this part can feel or sense you. So we're going to start to begin to shift our awareness. Maybe just taking a few moments here, thanking, if your part showed up, thanking it for showing up and letting you work with it, for showing you whatever it showed you, letting you be with it this way. And closing in whatever feels right for your system. And then when you're ready, opening your eyes, returning to the screen. So Heidi's going to send you off into triads for 10 minutes. And some questions that you might want to explore is, how does this practice of somatic help you remain in or return to the state of embodied self? And in this experiential exercise, did somatic awareness help you unblend from a part? And if so, how? And Heidi's going to send you off for 10 minutes, and then we're going to come back and I'll invite you to put in any learnings into the chat so everyone can see what people discovered. And then we'll go on to the next practice. So Heidi, over
Yes.
to you.
Okay, I've opened up the rooms.
Great. And if you're not going to a room, here are the journal prompts. All right, welcome back. I invite you to put into the chat anything that you discovered about somatic awareness that you might want to share with the whole group. Maybe even after this after this recording comes out, like we can share our learnings about somatic awareness.
Audrey shared, so good to drop into my body and out of my head, expanding breath three-dimensionally, made more space for other ways to relate to the part.
Beautiful, beautiful. You're queuing us up, Audrey, for our next section, which is on conscious breathing. So why don't we start there, and if others want to put in anything into the chat about their experience, we can bring that all together. Oh, great. Kimberly Daniels says it was much easier to connect to a part when I focus on my body. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. All right, let's talk about conscious breathing. Oh, okay. So conscious breathing involves focusing on our breath and noticing the sensations that are associated with it. So I was saying before, it can include pace, rhythm, depth of the breath, the difference between inhaling and exhaling. So we can bring in the somatic awareness. That's why it's built on, the somatic awareness as the foundation. Conscious breathing can also be a bridge between the voluntary and involuntary nervous system. As I said before, like we can do some self-led grounding with conscious breathing, right? When parts start to really blend and our nervous system is getting more activated, we can bring in the breath to help regulate the nervous system. And this can also create a sense of safety and stability. And when we're doing work with our clients, we don't have anything if we don't have that safety and that trust, right? So breath can be such a great way to help build that trust and that safety. Our breath being a co-regulator for the clients, and teaching the clients, right, as well, that they have access to this resource within them. And there can be different practices that you can use for conscious breathing. You can focus on the breath and noticing sensations. You can breathe in curiosity, breathe out distractions, right? We can breathe in self-energy for ourselves and breathe it out for everyone else. Like breathe it even out to everyone that's in this workshop. Breathe it out to our community, breathe it out to our country. Right, some of the self-energy, it can be a resource. So as far as conscious breathing and embodied self-energy, so we can shift our internal state towards self-energy through conscious breathing. So just like I was inviting with somatic awareness to notice the connection and the groundedness that connection offers us when we connect to the earth, right? The breath can also help shift our internal state to allow us to access more of that self-energy. And with conscious breathing and somatic awareness, it helps us establish this vertical alignment within. and our self energy flows through our bodies along this vertical alignment. And it can help with unblending. So it can be a bridge to shift our awareness internally. So sometimes, I might go close my eyes and shift my awareness inside with an in-breath and shift my awareness back out on an out-breath. We can find parts and focus on parts and flesh out parts that are hidden in our breath, right? There might be a part, like a breathing pattern. You just think of like when you're blended with an emotion of fear or of anger, that your breathing might be different, right? Anxiety, right? Your breathing might be more shallow or harder. And we can use the breath to send self energy to a place in our body or to a part. And I think we practice that already. And so before we jump into our experiential with conscious breathing, I want to see if there are any questions about conscious breathing. We're just doing little tastes of these different practices just to give you guys an idea of what Somatic IFS can offer in working with parts. So I'm seeing someone's asking, would an example of conscious breathing be box breathing? Yeah, it could be. It could be. So you could do self-led box breathing as a way to help your system regulate. Absolutely.
There's one about how would you introduce this to the clients in session? Is it while working with a protector?
Yeah. Typically we might notice sometimes I might, well, you could also be working with an exile, because this could be used at any step of the IFS model. So an example might be, I might send a breath to a part of me, or ask a client, can you send a breath of your awareness, letting it know that actually you're feeling it, right? That you're aware of it. So you can make contact with a part with the breath. You can, like you might notice how an exile is breathing. And when I was working with a client last night, like this baby part was, as it started to come out of this freeze, was right. And she was with that breathing of the baby, and she would do that, like that was stored in her body. So we were just with that. So and then her breath started to become more regular. So it can be a part of witnessing in the unburdening. It can be a part of unblending. Yeah. So
Would an example of conscious breathing be box breathing?
yeah, I just answered that, and it can be a way to be self-led regulation.
Yeah. And then does your physical witnessing a client guide your language?
Yes. As I'm learning to read the body story, movements might be happening, facial expressions might be happening, tone of voice might change. So I'm reading what's happening for my client that's not nonverbal in some ways, that then informs what I might offer them. All right, well, let's do this next exercise, and then we'll break out into triads for 10 minutes and then go on our 40-minute lunch break. Yeah, that's another good one, Sarah. I would ask a part if they're aware of ask a client if how aware the part is breathing, right? So if maybe there's some anger that's coming up, as a way to flesh it out, right? What are you noticing about how it's breathing would be another one. Lindsay's asking a question if I have any thoughts on malnutrition. Yeah, I would think that, my experience has been when clients are more malnourished, they have less access to self-energy. And I also know that practices like yoga and it can help clients reconnect with their body. And so it might make these practices harder for some clients, but they can also be beneficial for some clients. And it really depends on the client and where they're at and what parts are showing up. Self has everything we need, doesn't need resources. This is true. Self is, and sometimes a little extra can be helpful. So if we don't have enough access, right, as we know with self energy, it's a critical mass of self energy, and we can help our self energy by bringing in these practices. So yes, self energy has what we need. It is the healing agent, and these practices can help us access that self energy. And making sure I'm and embodied self with somatic IFS is embodied self energy. Yes, and in IFS and somatic IFS, we can lend our embodied self energy to our client and their parts as well. How do you make comments on noticing body behaviors of your clients? Do you notice their breath getting deeper or more shallow? This is a really good question. So I often will bring into when I start working with clients, that I do bring in the body and ask them how that would be for them, right? Because I want to get their consent. And sometimes clients don't have a lot of access to their body and what's happening inside of their body. So I might start with my own body. Like, oh, I'm noticing a knot in my stomach as you're telling me that. Or I'm noticing me holding my breath as you're telling me that. Is that what's happening for you, right? That's part of being a resident therapist. So I'm lending myself to what's to the client's process. And as therapy progresses, I might then start to make a comment like, oh, I noticed that as you said that you took a deeper breath. Is that right? And commenting on what I'm observing. And that's reinforcing, like, the body is important. The body is an important part of what we're doing here. And then over time, then, you're kind of handing it off to the client and asking, what are they noticing, right? And so it's a process, and it always depends on like where your client is at and how you might integrate it. But for clients that initially don't have a lot of access to their body, that's the way I would approach it. Yeah. All right. So let's do oh wait, there's another commenting on what you're observing is different than interpreting it for them. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that distinction. And that's right on. And we don't want to, we don't want to activate parts of our clients that are like, oh, am I doing it wrong? Or I'm being observed, or that you're just like, oh, I'm noticing this gesture that you're making over and over again. Is that related to this part? So you're not like saying, oh, this gesture, I can imagine this gesture is a part of this part, and it's trying to maybe push away or set a boundary with someone, right? I notice you keep on doing this. I wouldn't say that. I would just comment on, yeah, as you're talking about this part, I'm noticing this gesture. And is it a part of it? Like, I'm just bringing that curiosity. All right. Oh, there's lots of comments. I'm kind of torn because we have these other practices I want to take you through, and I want you to get your questions answered. So I'm going to stick with this comment. Speaking as a dietitian, what are some things to keep in mind around accessing the body in somatic IFS when working when a client has significant body trauma, such as experiencing sexual assault, and maybe if their window of tolerance is very small, what can we discuss with their therapist and the client to understand the current capacity for this work? Where would you start? That's a great question. And when we bring in somatic IFS, these exiles, and even with IFS, these exiles might appear, right? They might come up. And if you are trained in IFS and somatic IFS, we would use the practices that we're trained in to work with those exiles. In IFS, we would check in with the protectors and make sure that they're okay with us working with this, whatever is coming up. And we don't want to go to those exiles too soon. We want those protectors to be fully on board. And so with somatic IFS, we might like, okay, I can see that this is coming up. This, maybe it's some shame is coming up, and like naming it and being empathizing with it and letting it know that we're going to be, if it's like a exiled shame, like, you know, we'll be coming back to it if the protective system isn't ready for us to go to it. And I'm not sure if I'm really answering your question, Kelsey, but I think you're asking about what can we discuss with their therapists and the client to understand the current capacity for the work. Are you asking like how will we assess their current capacity?
Hey, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how, and I think you kind of answered it too with talking to the, getting consent and stuff from the protector parts and making sure that they feel safe enough. So I think you did kind of answer that, but
Okay.
yeah, it sounds like just kind of like in relationship in that moment,
Yeah.
checking with their like system and their nervous system and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Another question is, do you have suggested verbiage to check in whether or not a protector is willing to let us be with the exile if the exiles pull through? Sometimes I might ask, is it okay for us to be with this right now? And there might be a part that comes up and says, no, right? Like, no, I have to go back to work, or no, I'm not, this feels too much. So I might ask a question like that. Yeah, and sometimes I might circle back. We were working with, we were working with such and such part. Just check in. Is it okay if we're with this now? And what inside is telling you it's okay or not okay? And we're just, I think I said yesterday, like in some ways, like the body is letting us know what's okay, what's not okay, if we're continually checking in with it. And so it can make it easier, right, in some ways. And we don't want to, we're tracking, we don't want client systems to become overwhelmed as well. All right. Are we ready are there any more questions before we go to conscious breathing?
One thing, Marcella, we are pretty close to the point where we said we were going to have a lunch break. So maybe just let folks know what your plan is for that.
Oh, my plan. Okay, why don't we do the lunch break then? And then we'll come back and maybe I can, while we're coming back over lunch, I'll see how I can reconfigure maybe combine a couple of these practices. So let's do 40 minutes and come back at, oh, simple math is 1 after the hour.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I think Heidi before says to not log out, otherwise that might disrupt the CEs. And so stay logged in, you can turn off your cameras, and we'll be back at 1 after.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. What I was thinking over the lunch break, I put it in the chat, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do this conscious breathing practice. Then I'll share about radical resonance. We'll do a radical resonance practice, and then we'll do a triad share. And then we'll do 2 more practices around mindful movement and attuned touch. I'll do the slides on those 2, and then we'll do those practices, and then do another triad share. And so you can share about both of the practices at the same time. And if there's enough space, then we can make those triad shares a little bit longer, like 15 minutes. So that is our plan currently. And as we come back, I'm going to just wait another minute before we start this practice of conscious breathing. The other thing I was thinking is do put your questions in the chat, and we'll save them for the end. And if I don't get to your question, I will try. You can always email me. My email is at the end of the presentation. And I'm happy to stay on a little bit longer if need be to answer some questions. So we will find our way. I trust that we'll find our way. All right. Well, a couple minutes after, and so I am going to start this practice of touch, of conscious breathing. We're just learning about conscious breathing and how it can help us unblend from parts as well as be with exiled parts. And so we're going to start a practice. So if it feels right for you, turn off your camera. Find yourself in a comfortable position, sitting on the couch, lying down, whatever feels right. And we're going to begin to focus our attention inward, perhaps closing your eyes. And maybe on that inhalation, you can just kind of come home to your body. And bringing your awareness to your breath without trying to change it, but maybe even noticing, bring some curiosity about what your breath can tell you about your internal state right now. And then noticing the sensation as you inhale. And noticing the sensation as you exhale. Following the breath as it travels through your respiratory system. Maybe even noticing places in your body that move with the breath. Maybe there's a gentle rocking. Or the rise and fall of your chest. You might want to also notice the pace of your breathing. And as you stay conscious of your breath for several more breaths, just noticing what changes. What are you noticing about changes in your system? And bringing some curiosity to see if there are any parts involved in your breathing patterns. There may or may not be any parts involved. Sometimes parts try and control the breath or want us to breathe a certain way. And then I'm going to invite you to notice the space around you, that surrounds you, in the front of you, the back of you, the sides of you, and above you. And as you breathe in the air from this space, notice if there's an experience of increased spaciousness inside. And are there qualities of self-energy that this air offers you? Maybe some qualities of calm, connectedness, curiosity, or some other quality. Imagine even breathing in that quality. What happens inside when you breathe in that quality? And just scanning your internal landscape to see if there are any parts around. Maybe it could be an aspect of your habitual breathing that you're curious about. Or perhaps another part that's vying for attention. And if you are able to make connection with a part, asking it what it wants you to know about it. Maybe finding it in your body and noticing how it breathes. And just staying with it and seeing if it can sense that you're with it. And if it is able to sense you, noticing how you feel towards it. And if there's a quality of self-energy, perhaps you could send that quality through your breath. And as you do that, noticing what it's like for this part to receive that quality. Does it shift at all in how it's showing up? Does it want to share more with you? Maybe asking it if it has any concerns about not doing its job. Does it understand? Does it sense that you understand these concerns? And if you do, maybe you could send that part your breath again as a way to acknowledge it. I'm going to begin to wrap up what's happening inside and transition back out. So taking your time and closing in the way that feels right for your system. Maybe thanking any part that showed up and allowing you to connect with it this way. And perhaps the breath can be a bridge from your internal world back to your external world, back to the room where you are. Allowing your eyes to open on an exhalation. And coming back. And as you come back, maybe just taking a few minutes to jot down anything that you were aware of, since we won't be going immediately into triads. The things that you might want to share. Share about this practice of conscious breathing. Maybe just taking another minute to finish up what you're writing. We're going to move on to the practice of radical resonance. So this practice, Susan was just telling me about, she was thinking of not including it in the model. And I shared with her, I'm so happy that she has included it in the model, because I think this is really what sets Somatic IFS apart from other somatic therapies, is this idea that we're resonating with our parts, we're understanding our parts, we're getting them. And we also do this in relationship, right? And we're born these resonating beings, and we resonate off each other, and we make shifts in relation to each other. And, you know, when we think about trauma and it being also a relational experience, relationship also heals, right? Whether that's the internal relationship with our parts or relationship with others, getting like this disconfirming experience of whatever that burden is that our parts might be holding. Or we can also heal in community. This is why I feel it's so important when we're doing this body liberation work that we do have community, right? That we're doing this healing work together and get support from each other. So with radical resonance, coming back to this practice, it's really, so, you know, what Susan shares is the somatic awareness really is, it supports our groundingness, and conscious breathing supports that vertical line from the ground up to space, right? And in this vertical alignment is where we find our self energy, the flow of this energy that flows through us. And with radical resonance, we go into our width. We go into the horizontal plane of relationship. So whether it's relating to our parts or to others. And resonance, it refers to, and Heidi can talk more about this as a sound therapist, and I'm learning more about this, but it refers to vibration. And so when we're resonating, like we can feel people's vibes, right? But it's a vibration that we're really feeling. And so we're feeling into the flow of energy and information with another, or with between ourselves and our parts. So it's a vibrational frequency. And so radical resonance involves connecting with one's own core self, which is the source of our self-energy. And as therapists and practitioners, it's really important that we're doing our own healing work. So we're open to our clients, right? We're open and receptive to what our clients are experiencing. And we are able to access and amplify with resonance the 8 C's of self-energy. We're going to be doing an exercise on that.
Marcella, excuse me, is there a bird resonating with you in your space?
There is.
Okay,
Oh, the little bird is a bit too noisy. All right, let me close my window.
Okay, just want to make sure we knew where it was coming from.
There was a dog resonating before downstairs, so hopefully that didn't interrupt too much. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. So when we have more self-energy, it creates this healing field that supports us as therapists, but it also supports our clients, right? We can sometimes lend our self-energy to our clients. And we know with IFS that self-energy begets more self-energy. And so as therapists, often think of like Dan Siegel's work around attachment and security, and he talks about like that we need presence and attunement and then resonance, and with that then we get trust. And so the attunement, then we're resonating with someone or our parts. It's like, oh, you get me, and then that builds that trust and safety. And so when the client feels like you're getting them, it creates that safety, so trauma work can happen. Like we don't have anything if we don't have that safety and trust in our work with clients. And this embodied self-energy, it's transmitted right brain. It's right brain communication. So it's nonverbal. It's not. There might be some sounds that we might make, like some sounds that we make that is our self-energy, but it's not necessarily the things that we say. It might be more the way that we say it, our facial expressions, our mirror neurons, right? So we think of there's 3 organs that we have that are like our resonating organs. It's our limbic system, our right brain, our limbic system, the mirror neurons, and the limbic system also helps with that interoceptive awareness for us to know like what's going on the inside. The other organ of resonating, not surprisingly, is the heart. And the heart has a frequency 5,000 times stronger than our brains. And so we can feel people's heart energy, like how open and they are. And it's also in our guts. Right, we get this gut information from our guts, and so these are our organs of resonance, that we can express our resonance through our self energy, and it's through resonance that these implicit body stories of attachment woundings can be brought into coherence. They can be healed and brought into coherence, and so. I encourage you, if you have questions, to put them in the chat. I'm not going to answer them, but we'll come back to them later. And so I'm going to give you just a couple minutes, if you have any questions, to put them in the chat before we go into this next experiential exercise.
Request to repeat the organs.
Yeah, it's our right brain, which includes our limbic system and our mirror neurons, our heart, and our guts, right? Our second brain. We have gut intuition, our knowing, right, in our guts. So we are going to do an exercise, experiential exercise on radical resonance. So I invite you once again to get comfortable, and you're going to bring your awareness inside, maybe closing your eyes. And as always, starting with somatic awareness. Maybe tuning into the points of contact where your body meets the chair or the couch. What other sensations are you aware of on the inside? Tuning into your breath and the sensation of breathing. Breathing in the space around you, the air from the space around you. And noticing there's a you here. A you being held by the chair or the couch, supported. You also being supported by the oxygen all around you, the space around you. And maybe breathing from the top of you to the bottom of you, and the bottom of you to the top of you. Feeling that vertical axis, that vertical alignment. Maybe breathing into your heart center, one of your organs of resonance. Just noticing how open your heart is right now. There might be parts up, or parts that are blocking your heart. That's okay. I'm just curious of how your heart is right now. And in this exercise, we're going to call to mind, first of all, someone who's easy to love. Could be a beloved pet, grandparent, a best friend. So as you call them to mind, you have them get as close as feels comfortable, tracking your nervous system, what feels like the right distance. And noticing what happens to your heart as you're connected to this person. You might even be aware of your guts and your limbic system and your body. How is it responding to being with this person that's easy to love? What's the internal response? And then you're going to thank them for showing up and taking a few easy breaths here as a way to reset. And then we're going to call to mind someone that you have a little bit more of a challenging relationship with. Now, we don't want to go to a 10 on the Richter scale of 0 to 10 in challenging relationships. So you might pick someone that's a 2 or a 3 on that scale of challenge. And as you settle on one person, having them be at the right distance to you. You might notice if you want them a little further away. Could even be a client that you have a little bit of a challenge with. And just noticing what it's like to be with them, what happens to your heart. And are there any parts that show up that block your resonance with this person? And so we're just noticing the internal response. And knowing that we all have parts that show up in relationship with others. Seeing if this part would be willing to work with you, that's showing up. So maybe thanking the person who showed up and taking a few cleansing breaths, and they can step back, and you can just be with this part of you that showed up, that blocks your resonance. And inviting this part to become more embodied if it wants to. It might want to show you a facial expression, a gesture, an emotion. Or it might even want to make a sound. And really give the part some time to let you know how it's feeling. And then thanking your part when it feels right, when it feels like it has expressed itself, thanking it for showing itself to you through your body. Maybe bring some curiosity about what it felt like in your body as you witnessed this part, as it was showing you with your body, as it was being embodied, what it wanted you to know about it. And if it's true, maybe you can let the part know that you felt it, that you saw it, maybe you heard it, or you felt it move in some way. You know, there's this idea of accurate empathy. So like being accurate of what you experienced, you saw it or felt it do. Maybe there's a nonverbal communication or verbal communication that you're making with this part. And what happens with the part as it hears, sees, or senses you. And invite the part once again to take over your body, to show you how it's feeling now. Just noticing if it's different or the same. And we're going to start to transition. So thanking the part for showing up and allowing you to be with it in this way. And then bringing this exercise to a close and a way that feels best for your system. Maybe taking a few easy breaths, returning your awareness back to the room. If it feels good to your system, I always like when I go from the inside to the outside to kind of do a little orienting to become even more present here in this way on the screen. And then I want to invite you, we're going to go into triads, and I want to invite you just to take a couple minutes here to write down anything that you came up for you that you might want to share. And then maybe in a couple of minutes, Heidi, you can open up the breakout rooms. And why don't we give folks 15 minutes for sharing?
Okay. So let's see.
So maybe open them up.
50.
Yeah, give them open up it in 2 minutes so people have a chance to write down anything,
Okay.
do a little journaling.
Got it.
Yeah, it looks like someone's video is still off.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you. Well, I'll move into the breakout rooms and then get the music on.
Sounds great. Heidi, thanks so much for your help.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everyone. What I am going to invite you to do is, I'm not going to read them, but if you want to share anything in the chat about either of those practices, any learnings that you had or awareness that you want to share with the group, feel free to put them into the chat. And maybe if we have time after we finish the practices, I can read those out, or Heidi can read those out, because those are great takeaways, right? For us to hear other people's, what shifted in other people, and help us really understand more about the practice. So we're going to move on to mindful movement. Speaking of moving, was just aware, oh my goodness, I think it's just, we have about an hour and 40 minutes left today. Is that right? Is my timekeeper right?
That's right.
Okay,
That's right.
all right.
Yeah.
So we're going to move along. All right. So mindful movement. So parts, movement stories, we can mindfully witness these parts movement stories so they can be digested and integrated into the client's whole body mind system. And what mindfulness brings into, mindfulness allows for embodied self-energy to create the conditions for the movement to be the agent of transformation for the client's limbic, brain, and body systems. These movements can be done mindfully and very slowly, and they can be subtle, or they can be large and expressive. And many of us might have practices, mindful movement practices, that can help us cultivate or access more embodied self-energy. Things like yoga or qigong. And these movement practices can, they have other benefits like promoting mental clarity, calmness, focus, and can help relieve chronic stress and increase our body awareness. And movement can help us access more embodied self-energy. Like right now, just noticing, like if you were to sit up and like notice the length of your spine and even lengthening through the back of your neck, you might have a little bit more access to your self-energy, or even broadening through your collarbones, just subtly. Or there might be a more, a bigger movement that might want to happen, like stretching, right? We might notice how that affects our access to our self-energy. All right, so as therapists, we can use mindful awareness to our own movement and our client's movement, to access parts, to witness parts, to unburden parts, and to restore their original qualities. So we might mirror our client's movements, either consciously or unconsciously. Yesterday, I was having a session with a client. She accessed this baby, and just I kept my hand on my chest where her hand was, even though she was inside, and I was mirroring her movement, her touch, and it allowed for a deeper resonance to happen. So we may initiate or guide or direct movements to facilitate steps of the IFS model. As therapists, we may move with the client as well. So protectors use movements. Sometimes if we're online, we might not see some of these movements, like nervous jiggling, which might indicate that someone's system is getting more activated. Protectors might use extreme sports or sexual acting out suicide, homicide, to distance from the exile stories, or to attempt to soothe and discharge pent-up energy or distract. We know with lots of our clients, protectors might use fitness movement practices to either manage appearance or to soothe in some way. And movement often gets interrupted during development. So movements might be blocked or frozen. Impulses to kick, run, bite, suck, scream, speak, express joy, curiosity, sexual energy. We have parts that kind of shut off these impulses. And they can show up as muscle tension or constriction in the hinges, like our jaw, or our neck, hips, knees, feet. And I'll just share, I don't know if we're going to have a lot of time to discuss this case study I put together. And I actually put it in Susan's workbook. But a client I was working with, she came into session pretty activated because she had a exchange with someone in the parking lot at the grocery store who she's in a larger body, and she went grocery shopping, and she bought a lot of food because her parents were coming into town for Easter a couple of years back, and she has kids, and there was a person in the parking lot who kind of did tisk to her, and she just, she didn't do anything at that time. She just kind of walked with her carts, like she suppressed the anger. And so when I was working with her, I was asking, like, was there an impulse that she wanted to do? Yeah, just bring some curiosity to that. And she wanted to push. There was a push that wanted to happen, like, back off. That's what she wanted to say. And she didn't. And so we stood up, and she did that movement slowly, this push. And then suddenly this memory came in around being at school and having to be weighed back in like 5th grade. And she developed early, and she was like the largest girl in her class. And she couldn't say, back off, no, I don't want this, right? That was exile. So by having her do this push and mindfully do it a few times, this came up, and then we were able to work with that younger one who couldn't say no, right? And she had to follow the rules at school and get on the scale, and then got teased because she was the weight was called out, and so other kids teased her. And so we're able to work with that, unburden all the shame around that experience. And it was a beautiful session. So movement can be integrated into the session. And so I'm going to invite you to put questions in the chat if you have any questions about mindful movement that we can come back to. And before we transition to our next practice around mindful movement. All right.
Someone's mentioning, it's not a question, but she really hears the influence of sensory motor psychotherapy.
Yeah. These therapies have, they cross over. So thanks for sharing that. All right, well, we're going to transition to this experiential exercise. And this exercise, you may want to stand up if you want, because, it's about movement. And so if your body wants to move, I know my sitting all this time. My body, I don't think I was meant to sit in front of a computer screen for this long. But so if your body is feeling like it wants to move, to give yourself permission to stand and move in any way. As we start to transition to this practice, I want to have you call to mind the qualities of self-energy that we've been working with. So there's compassion, clarity, courage, connectedness, calm, confidence, curiosity, and creativity. And as I read that list, maybe one of those qualities is calling to you. And the invitation is going to be for you to embody that quality and to move from that quality. Like how is it to move, maybe to move around your room or to walk from a place of clarity or confidence with that quality of self-energy, or a place of calmness or compassion? So you're just choosing one of the qualities and you're starting to move, just noticing the posture of the movement, the gesture of the movement, the facial expression of the movement, the gait of the movement. And just checking in and seeing if your limbs want to move as well, right? If they're not moving. And you might want to play with the pace of the movement. And as I invite you to do this exercise, noticing if any protector parts are also there. Maybe protector parts that have used movement or blocked movement for their protection. And checking if it would be all right for them to allow you to move this way. Exploring how a quality of self-energy moves in you. And if it's not, that's not a problem. Perhaps this part might want to be more fully known with movement. How would it like to express itself in movement? And if it is moving, what's it like to allow this part of you to be more fully known with movement? That there's a you here witnessing this part. Maybe there's something uncomfortable or challenging about movement for this part or other parts. And if there is challenge for this part or other parts, maybe you could come back to the first movement, coming back to that quality of self energy, allowing it to move, and having that part see that there's you here that can move with self energy. And then checking in with that part that's still here. If it wants to move again. And if it would like you to mirror its movements. Or if it wants to be embodied and allow your body to move. And then we're going to start to close this experiential exercise. So thanking your parts, thanking yourself for allowing you to experiment with movement. And if you like to maybe take some couple notes before we move on to the next experiential, or you had questions about the experiential, you can put them, or movement, you could put them in the chat and we can come back to them. We'll take about 3 minutes to write anything down before we move on to attuned touch. We're going to start to shift into attuned touch, and Audrey shared her experience in the chat, and just want to make a comment about what she shared about the choice, right? The choices, and And Cease Sykes, who I referenced earlier in the presentation, that other trainer, she says the ninth C is choice, right? That also has a lot of self-energy when we can have that perspective that we can choose. Yeah, so I appreciate that share, Audrey. All right, we are going to move on to attuned touch and share a little bit about attuned touch. So we're born into hands, right? We're born into touch, and the use of touch for healing is ancient, right? And it's still, I mean, and learning more and more about, as I study somatic experiencing, about touch practitioners and the power of touch in healing. And touch is the most primary potent form of communication, right? If you think about what you've been, when someone touches you in the right way and when someone touches you in the wrong way, right? We all have histories of touch. And so we want to be really, really mindful when we bring touch into our work with clients. Research shows that touch is crucial for human development and bonding. There have been studies on like hugging and how that's really good for our health, like touch is really good for our health. And also studies on, heartbreaking studies on like how we're touch deprived in our culture, right? That after a certain age, girls don't get touch from their dads anymore. Boys don't get touch, they don't get hugs from their mom, right? Like culturally, we make touch taboo. And that's really sad because the research shows us that touch is really important for our health and well-being. So even more than our voice, our facial expressions, our posture, touch conveys our inner state. The way that we might touch someone conveys our inner state. And so it's really important when we bring this in clinically that we're touching from our self-energy and not from a part. So touch can repair wounds from too little of the right kind of touch and too much of the wrong kind of touch. So attuned touch can help us access self-energy. I'm going to do a little experiential on that. And the type of attuned touch, there can be different attuned touch. There can be actual physical touch, right? We can do self-touch, we can touch another physically. We can have imagined touch. I work mostly online, and so when I bring in touch, I often will bring it in imagined touch. We can also be touched by elements, right? We can have a cool breeze on us, or the warm sun, or the rain, right? And that can help with unburdening, perhaps. And we can also be touched by words. So in somatic IFS, when we're using touch, we're listening to our own system. And when we're offering or we're thinking about touch, when that's coming up, we want to check in and seeing if there's a part with an agenda to fix or change with that touch. Because then that's not self-energy, that's a part. And also checking in with our parts, like, is your system comfortable with touching your clients? There's a lot of ethics around this, and so working with all of your parts that come up around touch, and also getting the clinical consultation that you need, the training that you need to be comfortable doing touch in your work. What touch does is we're really tuning into the compassion and willingness to be with rather than to do to, right? And so much of somatic therapy is about being with, right? Letting things unfold, holding the space and being with the client in that moment as things are unfolding, rather than needing to fix it or change it or having something be different than what it is. And so if we're going to use touch, what we want to do is we want to listen with our hands to the response. Like if we're using self-touch or touch with a client, using our hands are receptors, right? And what are we picking up with our hands? What is our self-energy picking up in the skin and in the deeper tissues? And I'll share an experience I had once with Susan. I was assisting her and just had like a lot of things going on before I arrived at the retreat. And we were talking about something, and I started to cry, and she came over to me and she was comforting me. She put her hand on my back and she's like, "Oh, I can feel your protectors. Like you've been working so hard." And just having like her hand and what that was communicating to me, and then her reflecting that back, I just felt so seen. Like my parts felt so seen and held in that moment. It's just like, yeah, that's gonna stay with me, of like how that touch was so healing. I mean, if she just said it, that would have been nice too. But the fact that she could feel my protectors, like she could with her hand, yeah, it was a lesson for me in how using touch can really make those parts feel known and understood. And so when we use touch, we might, if we're using it with clients or ourselves, we might experiment with, how is the pressure? Is it too much? Does it want more? Does it want less? Does it want a little bit of movement, or does it just want some static touch, still touch? Is it at the right place, right? Or is it going to the right depth? So just we're tracking, we might be asking the client about like their experience, and what does the part want? Is it feeling met? Because the operative word here is attuned, right? We're really attuning to that part. And we're also tracking the client system and their verbal and nonverbal communication. And we're also staying attuned to our own system as well as the client's throughout the touch. So it's a lot to be navigating with touch, and it can be so healing. All right. So before we move on to the exercise in attuned touch, I want to just take a few moments here, if anyone has questions, to put them in the chat so we can come back to them when we're ready for questions. Yeah, I'm seeing a question about imagined touch, and we'll talk about that when we do the Q&A. So thanks for the question. Okay, well, let's make that transition to our inside, back to our internal world, and doing what feels right for your body, your system. So if that's first making sure you're comfortable, your body is comfortable, and perhaps closing your eyes. And bringing in that somatic awareness, grounding with the earth. And breathing in the self-energy that's all around you. As you scan your system, seeing if there's either a part or a part of your body that would like to be connected with through touch. And there might be a couple places that are calling out. Just noticing where it is in your body. And before we go there, I want to check in to see if there are other parts concerned about this first part, receiving touch. And if they are, maybe listening to those parts' concerns. And addressing them in the way that feels right. And if they really don't want you to do this, really listening to this part and staying with this part. We don't want to override parts. We don't have an agenda here. But if your system is open to receiving touch and this part is longing for some touch, perhaps what we can do is breathe into our hearts. And as we do, we can send some self-energy into our hands. Might even want to warm up our hands and feel that self-energy flowing through your hands. And then when your part is ready, making physical contact with this part in your body. So perhaps placing the hand where this part is showing up in your body. And listening with your hand to this part. What is your hand picking up on? Are there sensations or subtle movements? Perhaps an energy that you feel? Just also noticing if there are any emotions or images or thoughts. Maybe your breathing has shifted. You can communicate verbally or either out loud or silently to the part. It's just, what would you like me to know about you? I'm here listening with my hand. I hear it's you. Maybe you can check in with a part and ask, this touch just right? Would you like something different? And if it does want something different, giving yourself permission to give it what it wants. Maybe it wants a little bit more pressure, or you to move a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right. Maybe it wants a little bit of movement in that touch. And checking in with the part. and seeing if it's just right. Maybe asking it, what is my touch saying to you? What is my touch communicating? You might want to ask it, is there something more you want me to know? When your part feels complete with the touch, thanking the part for letting you be with it. And checking in with it on how it would be to break some contact with it. And letting it know that you can stay connected with it energetically as you remove your hand from this place in your body. And checking in and how is this part after having received this touch from you? How is it feeling now? And noticing if any other parts showed up as you did this exercise. And so as we did this exercise, we could tune into how self-touch we can be with parts and communicate with parts through touch. But we can also access some self-energy through touch. Maybe scanning your system and what kind of touch would help you access more of you, or maybe one of those qualities. So you might want to play around with that. Maybe it's imagining being touched by the elements. Being outside. Feeling the elements on your skin. Or maybe there is a physical touch that allows you to access more self-energy. Or maybe something else. So we're going to start to bring this experiential exercise to a close. So whatever parts are here, thanking them for showing up. And beginning to transition from being inside to being back in your space, in your external world. Maybe we'll take about 3 minutes here to journal about anything you'd like to share. And then we're going to go back into triads. moments to finish journaling. Heidi can open up the breakout rooms. We'll come back at 2:50. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So I'm aware that we didn't take our afternoon break. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 10 minutes so folks can have a little bio break, and then we're going to return at the top of the hour, and then we'll have our last half an hour together. So go take care of yourselves and your bodies, and we'll be back soon. Welcome back. So we're in the home stretch. We only have about half an hour. I'm going to share about embodied self-energy. I think there was a question earlier about embodied self-energy. And then I'd love to open it up to questions and reflections from our time together. So without further ado, why embodied self? So what I was sharing earlier was these protective parts bury and push out and cover up our self-energy. And our self-energy is the way that we relate to our parts. So it's really important, which are in the body. So it's important for our self-energy to be embodied. It's, we can have an idea that I am compassionate towards that part, but you might not really feel the compassion, and the part can pick up on it, just like we can pick up when people might say something like, it's so good to see you, and it doesn't feel right. It's not authentic. And so actually having that embodied self energy, our parts, they pick up on that. And as our parts heal, our inherent qualities of self are retrieved, reinstated, and restored. So as we continue to heal, we have more access to our self energy. We have more access to, Teresa's just joining us, more access to holding whatever parts are coming up in our self energy. And all the body systems are engaged in self-leadership. So it's not just the parts, it's not just self energy, it's all our body systems as well. So parts are in the body and use every physiological system to do their jobs and to communicate as well. All right. Okay. Embodied self qualities. So when we have more embodied self, we have more increased awareness of the body and in the body, right? So as we access more embodied self energy, we have more access to what's going on in our body. Typically, when we have embodied self energy, our breath is fuller, it's easier, our speech is embodied, right? It's not coming from a part. It's not coming from, once had Susan review one of my consultation group videos, and she's like, oh, you did beautiful meditation, you did beautiful resonating with both participants and what they were sharing and helping them. And then when I taught, it's like, okay, I have to get through these bullet points, right? A part came up. And so my speech changed. That's how she knew that I wasn't embodied. And so I got to work with that part. When we are embodied self, we increase our capacity for resonant connections and healthy relationships. So not only on the inside, but also on the outside, right? It has that ripple effect. When we're in embodied self-energy, our movements are more fluid and expressive and empowered. Coming back to Amy's presentation, what is empowering, right? It's being in that embodied self-energy. And we have the ability to give and receive and enjoy touch, right? Those parts can relax back, or we've healed some of those parts that have touch wounds. And buried resources, parts that have been, have had carried burdens, their natural gifts are restored. And so these resources are discovered, excavated, and reinstated, right? We might start to become more creative. Erin Flores' presentation today, right? We might find, oh, actually, I love expressive dance or doing art. And we can more fully, effectively and appropriately, powerfully address interpersonal and intrapersonal and collective wounds, right? We're doing that from a more grounded, embodied place, as opposed to a part that has fear or needs to people please for in a rupture. So this is how we know we're in embodied self, right? These are some, we can have the inside knowing, but these are some cues that we can be looking for. And so what I'm wondering is, we have 25 minutes. I know we've done a lot of experiential exercises. I'm wondering if it makes sense for us to do some group sharing at this point, rather than doing this experiential exercise, and some large group sharing and answering questions. I want to make sure we have time for questions. You will have, I can send the experiential exercise. I can write it up and post it into CEGO. I also have this case example that I put into Susan's workbook. So how I worked with a client, this client that I shared earlier. And so I think what makes most sense is for us to move on. Okay. Move on from this case example, which is quite long, to the Q&A. So I'm gonna stop share, and so I can see all of you. And also in the actually, I'm gonna go back to share just so you know that these things are here real quick, because this is important that you see these things that are also in the slides. So Susan has 2 books. She has her first book that on Somatic IFS. She also has her workbook, and the presentation has links to both of her books on Amazon. She also has her website, so if you wanted to sign up for her newsletter, she has her retreats and other offerings. I offer consultation groups, also some retreats and things. So if you're interested in finding out more and doing more with Somatic IFS, I would love to connect. And then IFS and eating disorder resources, a couple books. I wrote a chapter in Altogether Us on disordered eating. That's available, and that's a great resource if you're an IFS therapist or newer to IFS. So many different chapters on different populations, different modalities, integrating IFS with other modalities, and different communities and trends. And then Jean Catanzaro's book, Unburdened Eating. So there's a link to that as well. Jean's depth of her depth of knowledge about IFS and working with parts around food and bodies is unparalleled. And she worked with this other author, illustrator, Madhu, I think is her name. And the illustrations are amazing in the book. And there are some resources. Jean, Teresa, and I have a Google group. So if you wanted to join that, the links are in the slides. IFS and eating disorder consultation groups that the 3 of us run. And so there's a link to sign up for consultation. I want to thank Heidi for moderating. I want to make sure I get to these slides before the Q&A, just so we don't have to end on time and miss out on saying thank you, Heidi, for moderating. I could not have done this without you, all the breakout rooms and music. This was wonderful to collaborate with you, so thank you.
My pleasure.
And thank you for Teresa and the Chestnut Group for hosting this and inviting me to present on Somatic IFS. We are at the retreat in Connecticut, and my contact information, as well as resources. So those are in the slides, so you'll have those through CEGO. So I'm going to pause all that, and let's connect. I want to hear your questions. I want to hear how it sounds like maybe someone isn't unmuted. Okay, looks like that. I got muted too. All right. Yeah, so why don't we start with, does anyone want to check in about any sharing that they want to do from the experiential exercises?
I would like to.
Great.
So, first of all, Marcella, thank you so much. That was a wonderful experience. And for everybody else here, I attended one of Marcella's consultation groups, and I just have learned so much just from that group as well. And this was just kind of an additional benefit on top of that too. So thank you so much. My experience was just I had a part today that was very distracted, and so wasn't able to. With some of the exercises, wasn't able to be present. But I noticed that also when I have certain individuals working with me struggling with binge eating, that they have ADHD, and that often tends to be an experience for them as well. So to kind of be able to relate to that. But what really came up for me was about more related to cultural and legacy burdens, especially in the attuned touch exercise, and in the movement exercise. And when I was in the triad with a couple of the other clinicians, I had just talked about um, just within my community, the South Asian community, the concept of touch is just not, it's stigmatized, right? And so, in working with my community, that's one area that would need to involve a lot of work. Like, how do you feel comfortable with touch, and especially with it when it's with somebody from the opposite sex? Um, so, there's a lot that I'm taking away to my own therapy sessions, addressing some of those cultural burdens and legacy burdens that kind of came up around touch, and around movement, which it was just very interesting, very powerful. And it was kind of like I felt like there were like things that were clicking together, enough to be able to then say, okay, I want to dig deeper into this, in my own therapy sessions. So thank you so much. It was a wonderful experience. As I said, there was a part of me that couldn't focus on some of the exercises, but the ones that I really did kind of get involved with, I feel like I'm taking away a lot from those.
Well, thanks for sharing that, Nimisha. And yeah, I appreciate you bringing in the cultural piece around touch and movement. And yeah, we can carry these parts and burdens around it. And often in these retreats and trainings that Susan does is we might do a touch history. We might do a movement history, and adding in there the cultural context, right? Any ancestral or intergenerational or cultural norms, and like how did your parts organize around that?
Yes.
Yeah. So a very rich share. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And also the parallel process, right? Having parts that get distracted, similar to your client's parts.
Yes.
And
Very
yeah,
much so. Yeah.
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 I appreciate you sharing.
Absolutely. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I want to open it up and see if anyone else cares to share about those experiential exercises.
I'd like to share.
Great.
Um, the movement one was probably the one that I felt the most connected to my self energy. Feeling a little bit more free and relaxed in my body. The attuned touch one was quite surprising for me. I do enjoy physical touch. I'm a hugger. I love hugging. And I cried. I started crying when you said to let go, to start letting go, because that part of me wanted to keep being held, and it was my head. And talked about it in my triads as well, in that I have this part of me that's overly like responsible and hardworking, and that's the only that's the main driving thing, and all of my other parts that are more carefree and things like that, they take a backseat. And so that part of me, I feel it in my head, and it feels disconnected from who I am. So when I was holding my head, I felt connected. And then when you said start to let go, I did not want to. I wanted to continue being held.
Yeah.
And so that was really powerful for me, and just seeing like how powerful touch can be in connecting to those parts of us.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Thanks so much for sharing that. Yeah. And it was the part that didn't want to break that connection. Yeah.
It was
And were
that
you,
responsible part wanted to stay connected to the others.
yeah. And were you able to stay with it energetically, even though you broke the connection? How was that for it?
It was good. It wanted to go back to being held a bit, but it was able to just kind of be for now.
Yeah. Well, it's so beautiful to hear that you found a way to connect to this part that's been disconnected. Yeah, I'm moved. I'm feeling some chills and some tears in my eyes hearing that. So thank you for sharing. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for sharing about like, yeah, I mean, some of these practices are going to land more than others as far as like, how do we embody self energy? Like movement might be, okay, that's your go-to. For someone else, it might be breath. Like, oh, if I just, take some moments to breathe, then I can be, more of me can be here, right? So we're all different. And yeah, this is why it's so good to experiment with these different practices and seeing what lands and what doesn't.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. Time for a couple more before we open it up to more of the cognitive questions. Anyone want to share about their experience with the practices? And we can also bring in conscious breathing and radical resonance as well, because we didn't get to share in the big group about those. And if you prefer to share it in the chat, you can also do that.
Marcella, I do have another question.
Yeah.
So I was in a triad with Rebecca. She and I are both dietitians, and we were we were just having a conversation about attuned touch and how, as dietitians, would that be something that will be brought into our sessions? And so we were just kind of throwing around, brainstorming, and one of the questions I had to ask for you is that sometimes, when people haven't had um, uh, a relationship, or maybe an absent relationship with food, very limited food choices or selections, and we're talking to them about going into grocery stores. So when we're talking about attuned touch, would that also include like just experiencing, touching, and feeling the different textures of foods in a grocery store? Or also, like, for instance, if you're putting something in your mouth and we have the sensation of crunch or lumpiness or smoothness, would that also be within that category of attuned touch?
I hadn't thought of that before, but that's a very interesting idea. And would it be a part that's getting to explore, or would it be like more of the client's self energy? So like having some self energy around, okay, this part can play with like, because mouthfeel is kind of a touch, right? And we've been touch deprived, and I'm just thinking about like, oh, the food deprivation, and how people restrict, and then that leads to binging, and yeah, and what so that, yeah, I would love to, if you experiment with it, I'd love to hear how that goes, to allow the parts to take in the touch that's pleasurable, right? With whether it's the tactile with your hands or the in your mouth, right? The tactile sense of it. So thanks for sharing that. I love the creativity, the self energy of the creativity.
The creativity is coming out, yes.
Fabulous, fabulous. Yeah. Anyone else with wanting to share from the experience? Okay, well, I'm going to move on to the questions. And Heidi, I don't know if I was tracking the questions. I'm wondering if you would
Yeah,
mind.
there's just one that I'm seeing. Is it possible to get a copy of the other experientials as well?
Yes, yes. I could, the one that we didn't do in embodied self energy. Yeah, I can get that to you. What I can do is I'll post it. I'll ask Teresa and her team if they can post it into the CEGO, and that way everyone can have access to it.
Great idea.
Yeah, that is not a problem. There was someone who had asked, I think, about Imagine Touch.
Yes.
Yeah, and we can use Imagine Touch. So if we're with a part, whether it's a protective part or an exile, asking that part if it would like some touch. Sometimes I've worked with some clients for a while, and sometimes one of my clients in particular, when she's with her exiles, she likes to call me in. And sometimes I'll say, you know, I'm here if this little one wants some touch from me too. And then so it's Imagine Touch. And I'll ask, you know, is that touch right? You know, often it's like a hand on the little one's back. Is that touch right? You know, does she want my hand higher or lower? Just, you know, place it wherever feels right to this little one. And more recently, in a training I was doing with Susan, we had in our practice group, I was leading a practice group, and one of the participants in the practice group was English wasn't her first language, and when I was starting to do some somatic IFS with some parts around practicing in front of the group, it just had come to me like we all have our hands on your back, like we all are here with you in practicing together. And for her system, that Imagine Touch of having the group's hands on her back, like we're in this together, was just so relaxing to her protector that was afraid of practicing in front of the group. Like she wasn't alone, like we're in this together, we're all having to practice. And so that was reassuring to her part. So those were a couple of Imagine Touches that I've offered to in different situations, one to a client and one to a participant in a group. Yeah, I'm seeing a hand from Audrey.
I just have a question because I keep coming back to the practice of authentic movement today. And because there's witnessing and there's tracking and there's, you know, authentic to me also means self energy, and sort of the role of the witness is helping to develop the compassionate witness in the mover. So I see some similarities. I don't know if I'm like grasping, but it kept landing on me today. Or do you know anybody who's combined?
Susan Cahill, who's in Chicago. She's an IFS therapist who combines IFS and authentic movement.
I know her.
I do some authentic movement with her.
Yeah.
Like, you know, parts want to move. So I have had the experience of doing some authentic movement with her individually, but also she has some groups, and she's wonderful. Like, so she has some online groups and she does retreats as well.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. And there is some similarities, right? Because we're bringing that self energy to compassionately witness the movement story of the part, right? And that can be so healing. Yeah. So thanks for the question. I'm just wondering, Heidi, are there other questions we have in our last 5 minutes together? Oh, I'm seeing
someone was just mentioning the links for the IFS Food and Body Google group and consultation didn't work in the PowerPoint, so I just added them to the chat.
Thank you, Heidi. And I'm seeing Erica has her hand raised, so I don't know, Erica, are you okay unmuting yourself? And
could you talk a little bit more about, so sometimes I will definitely notice, I've learned to ask when I'm having a strong feeling in my body. Now I'm like, is that mine? Because most of the time it's my clients. And sometimes I'll name it, sometimes to them, and sometimes I'll just be like to myself, like, yeah, I notice you. And I'm just wondering if there's anything else about the benefits or any, like, I've had a few people say to me, oh, you don't need to do that. And it's not like I'm choosing to do it, but like that might be taking on too much from them. And it doesn't usually feel that way to me, but I guess I'm just wondering if you have anything to offer around that.
Well, it sounds like you have a lot of resonance.
Yeah.
Right? You're really opening your system up to what is it like for your clients. And it might be a curious exploration when they say, oh, that's too, like that could be a protector of theirs, right? That might, be too much. And maybe working with that, being curious, right? I would bring some curiosity to what, or it's that you're taking it on too much, or what is it that they're saying that part is
Well,
saying?
it's not my clients saying that. It's people like mentors.
Oh, okay. Mentors are saying that to you. Yeah. So maybe bringing some curiosity, because if it's in your system, if it's not like it's not energy that you're holding on to, kind of sometimes think of the Dalai Lama, like the Dalai Lama will be with someone and, have such compassion hearing someone's stories and is right there with them and tearing up and, just really tuning into someone's pain. And then that person leaves and he's happy, right? Like he doesn't hold on to that person's energy, but he's really open and receptive to resonating with who's ever sharing with him, really present and resonating. So it sounds like in your system, it's not an issue, but that maybe your mentors are thinking that might burn you out.
Yeah, that's what they've said. And that's why I just keep checking, like, is there anything of me in there?
Yeah, and checking in with your parts, like how is it to feel this deeply with my clients?
Okay, that's great. Thank you
Because
for
it's
that.
it can be heavy work, right? It can those to make open and make space, and if we have enough self energy, there's not it doesn't hold the same heaviness in some way in my system at least. Yeah.
Great.
Well, thanks for asking the question. All right. Last 2 minutes. Any last questions or comments? Well, I want to thank all of you, right? I thanked Heidi and Teresa, but really, 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 I want to thank all of you for your receptivity and your willingness today to explore somatic IFS. I really appreciate the time that you spent with me and Heidi to get to know your system, get to know these practices. So thanks so much, and I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. And I don't know, Heidi, do you want to read any of the things that people are saying, or we'll just read the
Lots of thank yous. This was
All
phenomenal, so informative and helpful. Thank you. This was wonderful. Thank you so much, Marcella, for all your self-energy, education, and exploration. Yeah, lots of things like
Okay.
that.
Well, the appreciation is being returned as well. I receive and it flows back, and yeah. So thank you for spending your day with me, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Take good care.